Hi, my name is Rod, and I'm really happy to announce that finally here we have the complete GMAT course for sentence correction. Okay, it's a very comprehensive course in which you learn everything you need to get a high score on this section of the GMAT. It's kind of on the longish side, but it's worth every single minute. So just make sure to sit tight, get a pen and a paper ready, and of course, enjoy. Now, before we start with the course, here we have some preliminary information. First, you need to follow the steps, okay? In my over 12 years of experience, I've tutored hundreds of students, and those who don't follow the steps usually are the ones who end up getting low scores. Okay, now the first step here is for you to watch introduction. So if you're already watching this video for sentence correction, it means that you have finished watching introduction, okay? Don't skip it. Don't you dare skip it, because on the introduction we went over several things that are totally essential for the GMAT. And if you don't understand them, you're gonna pay the price later on, okay? So follow the steps, don't try to skip things, okay? So if you haven't watched it, shame on you, and go back and watch it, okay? You shouldn't be here right now, then come back later here and watch the sentence correction course. So that was the first thing, just make sure you follow the steps. Number two, sentence correction is a very important section for the GMAT, okay? For most international students, and I'm guessing most of my viewers are international students, all the way from Asia, from Africa, from Latin America, right? For most international students, if you see those who have obtained really high scores in the GMAT, it is because of sentence correction. Okay, it is normally because of sentence correction. If you see their enhanced reports, it's not critical reasoning, it's not reading comprehension usually, it is sentence correction. Why? Because in sentence correction, you can make tons of improvements. A lot of people who don't even speak English, who don't really have a high command of the English language, just by reading, because remember, the GMAT tests your ability to read in English, not to speak, okay? So if you can read English, good. And if you can memorize the rules we're gonna be teaching you here, then you can get a really high score. You can improve tremendously. However, on other sections, especially reading comprehension, your improvements are going to be somewhat smaller. Okay, you're going to improve, of course, but not as much as in sentence correction. So if you truly want to make a change in your game, if you truly want to get those high scores, 700 or more, you better pay attention to sentence correction. So these are the chapters we're going to see in this course, 9 chapters in total. Don't you dare skip the introduction. Okay, the introduction is by far the most important chapter. Why? Because in there I will give you the framework for you to approach every single sentence correction exercise. Okay, again, follow the steps. So watch every single chapter in order. Start with introduction, then go to chapter number 1, 2. We have made it so that the easiest chapters are first. So in order for you not to make mistakes on easy questions, you better pay attention to the first chapters before moving to the more intermediate ones. Now, in case you don't know the algorithm of the GMAT, of course you should know already because you've watched our introduction, but here we leave another video in which you'll see both things, the preparation and also the algorithm of the GMAT, okay? So you need to understand how the GMAT works before moving on. So a little overview of sentence correction. You already know the sentence correction is part of the verbal section. The verbal section in total is 36 questions long. Okay, sentence correction is going to be 1/3 of that approximately, which is 12. 12 questions of sentence correction, all combined, different theories that we're going to learn on this video. Okay, the average time for each sentence correction exercise is 1.5 minutes, 1 minute and 30 seconds. But of course, you want to finish your exercises in under the time limit. That's a very healthy habit, especially when you are practicing, okay? Because when you take the exam, the real exam, there's going to be one factor that is different than when you practice, which is the nerves, right? Most people, when they get into the real exam, the real thing, they are going to get nervous and they are not going to perform as they usually do when they practice. So in order to account for that, when you practice, just try to do these exercises in under the time limit. In that way, you'll make sure that you don't have any problems on the real exam. Okay, so of course I'm going to ask you, and you should have already done so, right? Subscribe to the channel because we're putting out a lot of content, and also click on the notification bell to receive our latest updates. I also invite you to follow us in our different social media sites, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, okay? We're going to release a lot of exclusive material in those sites, so make sure you follow us. Additionally, we're giving out a free PDF file with 100 high-quality GMAT exercises, and what's more important, this file also contains video explanations for each of the answers. So just make sure you download it. The link to the PDF is in the description below. Okay, so the debriefing is over. So now we're going to start with the actual course. I hope you truly enjoy it. So if you've watched our introduction, you already know what a sentence correction exercise looks like. This is how it looks like. You are going to get a sentence. This is a sentence, right? And you're going to get 5 answer choices. It's always going to be 5. Okay, we're going to be calling them throughout the course A, B, C, D, and E. 5 letters from A through E. Okay, now what's going to happen is you're going to underline part of the sentence or sometimes the whole sentence. And they're going to ask you to provide the best possible writing for that sentence. So they're going to give you, in reality, they're going to give you 4 options because the first option, letter A, will always be a repetition of the original sentence. So letter A, if you choose letter A, basically you're saying that you don't find any mistake and that you want to leave it the way it is. Okay, so you have 4 other options, in total 5, 1 repetition and 4 other options. And how you do this? You have 1 minute and 30 seconds on average to complete every single sentence correction exercise. So it's important for you to control the time, okay, to be aware of it and to not spend too much time. So you don't want to go over that time limit. Now, what are we going to use in order to solve these questions? Normally, we're going to be using splits. Elimination criteria, we have to work through splits. What are splits? Splits are vertical divisions that we have to make, especially at the beginning or at the end of each alternative, to start noticing the differences among them. So for example, what we're going to do is we're going to notice how letter A starts and what's the difference between A and B and the other ones, right? So we notice a couple of differences here. First of all, letter A starts with a subordinator. The other ones start right away with the word hardest, with apparently that's going to be the subject or a subject in that sense. Then we'll also notice some of them have a modifier right after it, a description, right, an adjective, and some others have the verb right after it. So we already have 2 things just by doing that first split. And in those differences, by noticing these differences, is that we're going to be able to apply theory, the theory that we're going to learn throughout this course. Okay, and we do that same thing. We also are going to mark our split at the end. So we have here because of being, because they were. So that's a very big difference, right? Because we have some of them starting with because or ending with because of being, and some other ones have a complete clause because they were. So we're gonna have to apply a theory and rules for subjects and verbs and so on. Okay, but we already know what to apply and what to look for in this sentence. So we have to do splits at all times. The idea here is to start eliminating. For example, if I apply theory for a subject and verb, I know that this because of being is wrong, that you need a subject and a verb. I eliminate the first 2 and so on. I start eliminating until I'm left with only 1. We do sentence correction by complete elimination. We cannot say, oh, it's C because I like it. Okay, that's not the way to answer a sentence correction exercise. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. You should answer, it's C because I have been able to eliminate the other 4. That's how you answer in sentence correction, okay? Because the final answer doesn't need to be perfect. Sometimes it's going to be a little ugly. Sometimes it might be a little unsettling, a little awkward, okay? But it doesn't matter. If everything is, let's say, grammatically correct, if it makes sense, that could be the answer, okay? So that's why also we're going to go over some criteria in order to evaluate the mistakes that the errors that an answer could have. A lot of people want to apply sound, right? They rely a lot on their ears. They rely a lot on how something sounds, and that's not the way to do the sentence correction. Okay, basically, first of all, because most people who are not natives and who are not Indians don't have highly enough trained ears, so they really can't discern. They really can't distinguish between something that sounds good and something that sounds bad. Number 2, because sentence correction is not about how something sounds, because it doesn't really assess spoken English. It assesses written English, which is different than spoken English. And number 3, because sentence correction is very picky and tricky with the grammar it uses. Okay, so you have to do this with your eyes, not with your ears. You don't focus on how something sounds. you focus on the rules. That's why we're learning rules here in this whole course, okay? Don't worry about that. And we're gonna go right now over maybe the most important thing in the whole course. This is what I teach my students most of the time, okay? This is something I have developed. The 6 steps to elimination, basically. Grammar, meaning, and concision with 6 steps, all right? So basically, this is a rank. This is a rank of the things that are incorrect. So starting on level number 1, level number 1 are the biggest mistakes. Level number 6 being things that are not wrong, but are ugly. So we have to first make a distinction, make a difference between things that are wrong versus things that are, let's call them ugly, that are awkward, okay? When something is written wrong, it's just wrong. So there is no way you can choose it. You have to eliminate it right away. With total certainty, with total confidence, to eliminate it right away. Now, if you apply these ones, you're going to be able, these levels, you're going to be able to, don't get confused, because you're going to know when to eliminate something and when to kind of allow for exceptions, because sense correction, also you have to allow for several exceptions, but only on some levels, okay? So let's start reviewing the first level. The first level contains the biggest mistakes. The ones that are on level 1 will never be correct and have to be eliminated right away. So the ones on level 1 would be things that are grammatically incorrect, and regarding meaning, things that are nonsensical or are redundant. Okay, if you notice any of these mistakes, just eliminate them right away. There is no way these sentences are going to be okay. There is no way we can have some exception here. So I'm going to first give you some examples about things that are grammatically incorrect. Now, here we have Joe go to the store. That's obviously wrong, right? Because you have the subject, he, Joe, and then you have a verb in the third person, which says go. Singular should be goes, right? So that's a wrong verb number there. That's a capital mistake. There is no way we can fix, this can never be right. So as soon as you see this, just eliminate it right away. There is no discussion. You don't have to measure how wrong it is, right? It's just wrong. Okay, so you eliminate it right away really quickly. Number 2, Joe watches movies. Mary plays the flute. Okay, that's also wrong. Why? You have 2 sentences. Subject plus verb. Number 1, Mary plays the flute. Sentence number 2. And you are connecting those 2 sentences with only 1 comma. That's wrong because connection, right? Because of connection, we're going to see connection rules later on. I think that's chapter number 9. And that's just wrong. There is no way this can work. If you have 2 sentences, you have to have some sort of connection. A comma is not enough to connect the sentences. That's out. There is no discussion here. So that's the biggest possible mistake, to be grammatically incorrect. Then, something that is nonsensical, something that doesn't make sense. The cat was talking to the dog. That sentence is grammatically correct, yes. But cats in real life, they don't talk, right? It's impossible that a cat is talking to a dog. Okay, now remember, the GMAT is about real things. We shouldn't have sentences that imply a metaphorical meaning. Okay, no metaphors here. No metaphors. Okay, so in this case, the cat was talking to dog doesn't work. Makes no sense. It's unreal. That's out. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. Number 2, the risk is so much that the rain falls everywhere. It sounds like a poem, maybe, right? A poem. But it's also metaphorical. How can the risk cause the rain to fall everywhere? It makes no sense either. That's out. Okay? So we've seen 2 mistakes so far. Sentences that are grammatically incorrect and sentences that don't make sense. Those are big mistakes and we should just eliminate them right away. Okay? We're going to see one more. Redundancy. When something is redundant, it means that you have 2 words or more conveying the same meaning. So here you have, she still continues to go to school. Still continues. Those 2 have the exact same meaning. So that's out. Also, quick elimination. No discussion. Okay? Number 2, unemployment keeps on rising up. Of course, it's not going to rise down. Duh. So in that case, rising up is also wrong. Okay? Same meaning. So those 3 mistakes are in the first level of ranking of mistakes, right? So those are the biggest errors possible. Now we go to the second level of mistakes. Things that are unidiomatic. What are things that are unidiomatic? Things that don't follow regular grammatical English patterns or regular English grammatical patterns, okay? So 99% of the time they're going to be wrong, but what happens outside the GMAT, sometimes they could be fine, okay? That's the thing. For example, a couple examples that are unidiomatic. I love sports like soccer and boxing, okay? If you apply your ear here and focus on how it sounds okay. What's the matter though? We shouldn't use like, for examples. That's a rule, okay? That's, let's say, inappropriate. It's not 100% wrong, but it's, for formal purposes, it's wrong. So we shouldn't use it, and the GMAT is a formal business exam. So like is just, for us, it's gonna be almost wrong, okay? So that's also an easy elimination right there. Like shouldn't be used for examples. Now, number 2, she's considered to be the greatest singer alive. Consider has an idiom which we shouldn't have to be in the middle or nothing in the middle. Just she's considered the greatest singer alive without to be. So that to be makes this considered wrong because it's violating the idiom. Okay, so those are idioms constructions. Now, have you ever seen considered to be? Yes, I have seen considered to be in several books. Okay, several articles. But for the convention of the GMAT, that's not allowed. Okay, it shouldn't be allowed. So that's a mistake that is also very big, not as big as level number one, but it's also big. Let's say 99% of the time, things that are unidiomatic are just wrong. So for us, it might as well just be 100%. Okay, so just out. Now, after we've seen level number 2, we go to level number 3. Okay, in level number 3, we find things that are unclear or ambiguous. Okay, with clarity and ambiguity, we gotta be a little careful. Because if it is just a little bit ambiguous or a little bit unclear, it might be the answer. It might be okay, good enough. But if it's very ambiguous or very unclear, then we should eliminate it right away. Okay, it will also depend on the other alternatives. If I have another choice, another alternative, another option, that provides a more clear or a less ambiguous writing. Let's go and see an example here. Example of unclear or ambiguous. Bro prefers apartments over houses. Okay, that's ambiguous. Why? Because I could get a couple of interpretations from this single sentence, right? They're using the word over. So first interpretation I could get from this sentence is Bro prefers apartments to houses. So he likes apartments better than houses. Okay, probably that's what they were trying to say. But then, because of the word over, I can also interpret that bro prefers apartments that are over houses. So you have your house here, and you have your apartment on top of that. On top, over, right? Above, kind of thing. So I have two interpretations in there. That's ambiguous, okay? So that's not correct. Most of the time, that's going to be wrong. Number 2, Joe called Mike because he was sick. That same thing here, you have he. And it's impossible for us right now to know who he is referring to because it could be Joe or it could be Mike. We don't know. Joe called Mike because who was sick? It could be Mike or it could be Joe. There is no way within the sentence that we can find that out. So in this case, that's also ambiguous. Ambiguity is a big mistake, but not as big as the first two. Okay. Number 4. Now, between number 3 and number 4, there's a huge division we should make. Okay. The ones that are on top, the first 3 mistakes, when we talk about the first 3 levels, we are talking about things or sentences or ways of writing that are wrong. When we talk about the last 3, levels 4, 5, and 6, we should talk about ways of writing that are not preferred. Or, for our purposes, they are just going to be ugly. There's a difference. Something that is ugly is not wrong, but we shouldn't prefer it. It's more of a preference, okay? Now, level number 4 is the change in meaning. Now, there is one principle in sentence correction that tells you. Let's go back here to our first sentence. The author wrote letter A, right? The original sentence. That's written by the author. We should try to preserve the meaning, the original meaning, as much as we can. That's a principle. So, if letter B, C, D, or E change the meaning, that's something that we don't like. Of course, we should weigh that out with the grammar. The grammar is more important. Okay, we might be forced to choose a sentence, an option that changes the meaning, but we don't like it too much. So at all times, we should try to preserve the meaning that the author wrote. So let's go and see how this applies on an example. Something, for example, here, changing meaning. Dr. Stephen Strange has always been interested in learning magic. Okay, let's say that's my option, letter B. Okay, and let's say we have eliminated letter A already because that's grammatically incorrect. So we have B and we have C here. Dr. Stephen Strange is interested in learning about magic. These two sentences, they sound like they have a very similar story. Okay, but if we notice a little bit more carefully, you have the word always in the first one. It's not in the second one. You see, they have removed the word always, and also they're changing the verb. Has been is the present perfect. Is interested is the simple present. So it changes the meaning because has been implies that from way back to today, to now. Is interested is just now. Might be just now, or it's something that's usually happening. But it's got a slightly different meaning. Now, we have to focus here. If we are between these two answer choices, we should focus on the original one. If the original one said always, then we should go for letter B, because letter B is doing the most we can to preserve the original meaning by having that always, and letter C is changing the story by removing always, you see? So one important thing is to try to keep the original meaning. Now, then we go to step number 5, level number 5, and here we find several things. First of all, something that is grammatically awkward, and then something that is wordy or repetitive. So let's start with something that is grammatically awkward. What things are grammatically awkward? Just the name implies they're awkward. They are not wrong, but they're awkward. Let's check these two sentences. I like how the books are organized versus I like the organization of the books. Okay, there's a preference in grammar that tells you as an object, you want something that is concrete. Something like a noun, okay? Something like a noun. So, I like how the books are organized versus I like the organization. The object is this one here. Of course, we already know, right? You have your subject, your verb, and then you have your object. The organization, which one is more concrete? Which one sounds more like a noun? I like something. I like how, or I like the organization. I like the organization. It sounds more like a thing. So whatever sounds more like a thing is preferred to be placed as an object. So the second one here is better preference than the first one. It doesn't mean that the first one is wrong. If you didn't have the second one, then the first one would be totally fine as an answer. But if we have those two options, we would prefer the second one because the first one could be a little awkward. Okay, so that's the thing, something that is grammatically awkward. Remember that here when we are talking, we're dealing with levels 4, 5, and 6. We are no longer talking about mistakes or errors. We're talking about preferences. Okay, and then also something that is wordy or repetitive. Remember that the GMAT is business exam. All right, you want to do an MBA, that's why you're taking the GMAT. So people in business tend to communicate very directly. Whatever is too long normally won't be the answer. Okay, so now let's go here to the example. For example, the theory of life coming from Mars is revolutionary. That sounds a little messy, a little like bumpy, right? It sounds like it's difficult kind of to, it's got a difficult organization. Okay, so normally you would say the theory that life comes from Mars is revolutionary. That's the way we would say it, okay? And even though that's got a little bit more words, it's more direct. Why? Because it's better understood, it's more clear, it's got a better, more fluid type of writing. So this one would be better than this one. It doesn't mean that the theory of life coming from Mars is wrong though, it's just ugly. Now, number 2, the car that is red is parked next to the bike. Car that is red is wordy. Normally you could say this with using less words, fewer words. The red car. The red car is parked next to the bike. That's much better. So in using less words, fewer words, you're going to be able to provide a meaning or a writing that is more direct. Okay, so that's level number 5 here. Level number 6, the last one. I mean, we don't like things that are unidiomatic for American business. Again, the GMAT is an American exam. whatever sounds British, whatever sounds too polite, whatever sounds too old, it's ugly. Okay, for a GMAT. I don't mean to disrespect anybody here, okay? But that's the truth. I mean, American business has its preferences. So we're going to see some examples here. For example, things that are unidiomatic for American business. The letter is to arrive tomorrow. Now, there isn't is to arrive, is to, be to, in order to convey the meaning of the future, will, right? So it would be much better, much simpler to say the letter will arrive tomorrow. So that's what we want. Something that sounds more practical. Is to arrive sounds like how a granny would say things, right? It sounds archaic, sounds old. And business people don't like that. So number 2, to study makes you a smart person. To study makes you a smart person. It sounds weird. It's not wrong, but this sounds like the definition you would find in a dictionary. Okay, so that doesn't sound too business. So normally you want a gerund. Studying as a subject. Studying makes you a smart person. Okay, we prefer the gerund as a subject rather than this infinitive here. It makes it sound cleaner. So in this brief introduction, we have gone over 2 things. I've shown you what a sentence correction exercise looks like, and most importantly, I've also shown you this chart here, which might very well be the most important part in the whole sentence correction course. Okay, because by applying the concepts on this chart, you will not get confused. You will know which options you will need to eliminate first. Okay, so if you find one option that has something that is grammatically incorrect, another option that has a changing meaning, of course you have to first eliminate the one that is grammatically incorrect, because that's a bigger mistake. And that's what causes confusion in a lot of people. They are, let's say we have a sentence here, they have 5 answer choices. They have eliminated a couple, but then they go and analyze these 3. They find mistakes in all of them, because sometimes it might look like all of them have mistakes. And they say, oh, I don't know which one to eliminate first. But if you have this chart down, then you are going to be able to analyze the mistakes better, and you are going to have the right order when you're eliminating. And at the end, you're going to be left with only one, which is the idea. Okay, so that's been the introduction. Alright, so that was introduction, and we've covered the 6 levels of mistakes. That chart is a secret I teach to my students, okay, that helps them achieve really high scores, over 700 especially. I developed that chart myself, and it's worked wonders. It's been really successful. It's been a hit. Okay, so if you memorize the chart, you're going to be safe. Okay, but don't rush. Try to memorize it slowly. So that's a secret in order to avoid undecisiveness. Okay, that's some people when they practice for the GMAT, they notice that they end up with 2 answer choices and they don't know which one to choose. Well, in sentence correction, you fix that by learning this chart. So now we're getting to one of the most important theories for sentence correction, which is going to work as a framework for all the other theories. Of course, we're talking about subjects and verbs. Okay, pay close attention. Before moving to subjects and verbs, don't forget to download our free PDF file with 100 high-quality GMAT exercises. It's called Liberty Challenge Volume 1, and also you get free video explanations for each answer. So now let's go to subject and verbs. All right, so we start here with chapter number 2, subject and verb. And what we're going to talk about in this chapter is what makes a sentence a sentence. Okay, this section is called sentence correction for a reason. Basically because the right answer needs to be a sentence. So the question is, how do you know when you are in front of a sentence? How do you know when you have a sentence? Okay, so it's very important for us to know what is a sentence, or what makes a sentence a sentence. A sentence is a main clause. Okay, just remember Santa Claus. All right, the concept of clause is a very important concept for grammar. So a sentence is equal to a main clause. Now, what is a main clause? A main clause is whatever has a subject plus a verb, a conjugated verb, and which conveys the complete meaning. So when you have a subject with a verb, and that verb is conjugated with a subject, and that piece of a subject plus a verb is conveying a complete meaning, then you have a sentence. Okay, so here we have 4 examples, and we're going to see which ones are sentences and which ones are not. Okay, so let's start with the first one. A. Bro eats a sandwich. Is that a sentence? Yes, it is. We have bro, subject, verb, eats. Those two are conjugated, right? The verb is conjugated to the subject. Bro is a singular, it is a singular, and then you have the object. So that's fine. That's a sentence. Number 2. Joe goes to. Okay. Joe, subject, verb, goes. Okay, is it conjugated? Yes, it agrees with the subject because Joe is singular, goes is singular as well. Then what happens though? This doesn't sound right. For some reason, it sounds wrong. It is because it doesn't convey a complete meaning. It looks like it's incomplete, right? It needs to be finished. So, to where? He goes to the park, to the mall. We don't know. So that's unfinished, and that's not good. So if we just have a piece of a sentence there, that is incomplete. Letter C. I do. Would I do be a sentence? We have a subject, I, right? We have a verb, do. That's conjugated. Yes, because do is in the first person and I is in the first person too. Is it conveying a complete meaning? It is. Now, it doesn't tell us what you do, but it does tell you that you are giving an affirmation. So I do. That's a sentence? Yes, it is. For you to know. Is that a sentence? You have you, right? That's a subject. Do we have a verb to know? To know is kind of like an action. Okay? For you to know. That's what we call an infinitive, but that's not a conjugated verb. You know would be a conjugated verb with know, but it's here you have for you to know. To know is not a verb, it's an infinitive. So that's not a sentence. We don't have a verb in that case. So we are practicing here what's a sentence and what is not a sentence. Now, when we talk about clauses, then we have different types of clauses. Especially we have 2 types of clauses that we need to get acquainted with. Okay, we need to master these 2 clauses because this is going to be a very, very, let's say, a common topic in sense correction. So you have a main clause and you have a subordinated clause. 2 types of clauses. Remember we said that the main clause was a sentence on its own. So if you have main clause like he goes, period, that's a sentence. Okay? Now, when you have a subordinated clause, that's not a sentence on its own. Now, the word subordinated means like it's not independent, right? It depends on something else. So, what is a subordinated clause? A subordinated clause is when you have a main clause, you have a subject plus a conjugated verb, but before this structure, you have a word called subordinator. So actually you have a subordinator plus a subject plus a verb. That's a subordinated clause. We have to start seeing these things because of the structure, all right, by the structure. That's the way we do these things. Now, here we have a list of common words that are subordinators. You need to memorize these words, okay? Otherwise, you won't be able to make it. Okay, so words like because, like although, like while, if, when, whereas, unless, that, who, where are subordinators. So if you have, for example, he goes, that's a sentence. But if you say because he goes, then that's no longer a sentence. Why? Because this sounds more like an explanation for something else, right? Something else that hasn't been mentioned. So this one is a subordinated clause. Alone, it's not a sentence. It needs to have a main clause. It needs to be next to a main clause. So if we have a main clause, we have a sentence. If we don't have a main clause, we do not have a sentence. And be careful with subordinated clauses, because when you have a subordinated clause, you will have a subject, you will have a verb, but it will not be a main clause. Then we come over the very important subject of subject and the verb. All right. So once you have a subject and a verb, we mentioned that they need to be the verb needs to be conjugated in order for this to be a clause, right? So when we identify a subject and we identify a verb, we need to make some sort of agreement. They need to agree with each other in two ways. the number and the meaning. The number meaning that if your subject is a singular, your verb needs to be in the singular form as well, and plural with plural, right? The same way. Meaning implying that the subject has to be able to perform the action that is being given by the verb, right? Now let's see some examples here. Letter A, bro will goes to the beach. Is that okay? Obviously it's wrong. Why? Because when you add a modal verb like will, you no longer need to change the number of the verb. So this will be bro will go to the beach. So the verb tense, or the verb number in this case, is wrong. Okay, so this sentence is wrong. Letter B, Joe went to the mall. What about that? Joe went to the mall. Of course, when you have verbs in the past, other than the verb to be, you don't need to make any changes, any distinctions between singular and plural. So basically the verb go, to go, in the past is went for all the subjects. You don't need to add an S here. You only add S's to the end when you are dealing with verbs in the simple present. Then you have here, the cat was talking too fast. Okay, grammatically, is it okay? Was talking, okay, the cat, singular with singular, that's fine, but cats don't talk. This is illogical. So it has the wrong meaning. That's wrong, because cats don't talk. Anna enjoys singing. What about that? Anna, verb enjoys, singular with singular. Does it make sense? Yeah, a person, a woman, can enjoy singing. That's fine. So the only one that's right out of these four is letter D. Okay, so that's how you verify that you have the right agreement between the subject and the verb. And now we're going to talk about the concept of modifiers. Now, modifiers is a huge concept. We're going to be seeing quite a lot of modifiers throughout this course, and we have a whole chapter on modifiers. Modifiers probably is the most important concept, theoretically speaking, for sentence correction. Okay, but here with subjects and verbs, we have to be careful with the modifiers. So what is a modifier? Modifiers are usually adjectives and adverbs. And what happens is that they will not contain neither your main verb or your main subject. So let's read this one. The GMAT will place several words between your subject and your verb, making identification more difficult. So they're going to place the modifiers in such a way. The modifiers are fluff, right? So they're going to place them in such a way that they will get you confused as far as identifying the subject, the main subject, and identifying the main verb. Let's see how they do this. Tricky, evil GMAT. The dog that my friends bought were happy. Okay, so some person might say, okay, a student is reading this. The dog that my friends were happy is the verb, and and the subject is my friends, right? Friends were happy. But in this case, that's wrong, right? Because that my friends bought, that whole thing is a modifier. So the main subject cannot be inside that modifier. It has to be outside. So the subject is the dog, not the friends. And you need a verb to agree with the dog. The dog is a singular. Were is wrong because were is a plural. So this one should have been was happy. Something like that. Okay? So by placing this modifier, they could get you confused as far as which the subject is. Number 2. The guy seated in the corner of the room is empty. Okay, it's empty. It sounds like they're talking about the corner. Okay, but in this case, seated in the corner of the room is a modifier. It's describing that guy. Okay, so the subject is supposed to be the guy, not the corner. So this verb should agree with the subject, because this one's the main verb. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a sentence, right? So the guy is empty makes no sense at all. That's wrong. Number 3. The horse running faster than others. Okay, we have a subject, the horse. We have running faster than others. A lot of people would say running is a verb. No, that's not a verb. When you have an ing, in order for this to be a verb, you need the verb to be. Okay, for example, is running, was running, will be running. Those will be verbs. But running alone is not a verb. That's a modifier. That's an adjective. So you have an adjective, and what happens here? You have a subject, but you don't have a verb here. No verb. So in this case, you're missing a verb. The verb is one of the main factors, the main pieces in order for you to have a sentence. So this is not even a sentence, okay? So that's wrong. We're going to be talking a lot about modifiers later on, okay? But just in the meantime, just be careful with them. And you have to know that whatever main subject and main verb that you have inside your sentence should be outside of a modifier, not inside. Perfect, so now you should know some important things about subjects and verbs. Now let's apply what we have learned. I'm going to give you 30 seconds here in the video to do this, but you can pause the video, of course, if you need more time. And then later we're going to go together over the answers. So we have 30 seconds. Okay, so now we're gonna go over the answers here. We are evaluating, remember, whether we have a sentence, because that's the first criteria for us to choose the right answer choice. And then also if the subject and the verb agree with each other, okay? So let's start with number one. Bro, along with Mary, are going to the party. Bro and Mary. Okay. What happens here is that along with Mary, that's a modifier. It's giving you indication that one more person is coming along with bro, but that's not part of the subject. The subject here is just bro. Okay. Are going to the party is wrong because bro is the only subject. Mary is not a subject. It's just Mary is part of a modifier. So are going is wrong. It should have been is going to the party. Okay. So number one was wrong. Number two, several people on train asking for more seats. Guess what's the mistake here? The mistake is that this one's not what? Not a sentence. Why? Because it has no what? No verb. Okay? Several people, that looks like it could be the subject, but then you have modifiers. On the train, several people on the train, let's say that's a modifier, asking for more seats. Asking, as we mentioned before, an ing without a verb to be. It's not a verb. This one is like a modifier, an adjective. So we should have a verb later on. Several people on the train asking for more seats are happy. Something like that, okay? So number two is not a sentence. It's missing a verb. So that's out too. Number three, Joe wants to buy a present for Christmas. What about that? What's a mistake? You tell me right now. Write it in the comments below. What's a mistake? The mistake is there's no mistake, okay? This is a sentence, this is fine. Joe, subject, wants, verb, they both agree in number, singular and singular, wants to buy a present for Christmas. It makes sense, right? Because a person like Joe, he can want to buy something, so that's okay. This one is fine. Number three is good. Number one and number two were wrong. Number four, although Peter is a superhero, he uses his power to save his friends, still is a humble person. Okay, that's a little bit more tricky, and this one's very GMAT-like. Okay, now what we have here, do we have a sentence here? That's the question. What do you think? Actually, we don't have a sentence here. No sentence. Why don't we have a sentence? Because we don't have an MC. What is an MC? A main clause. We have a subordinated clause. Peter is a superhero. Peter is. That's a subject, that's a verb, but it's being subordinated by the subordinator, although. That's what we called before a dependent clause, right? We still need a main clause in order to have a sentence. And here we have a verb, is a humble person, but we don't have what? We don't have a subject. No subject in number four. So in order for this to be correct, we would have needed he still is a humble person. We need the subject here because in order to have a main clause, we need a subject and a verb. So this one's wrong. It's missing a subject. It's missing a main clause. Number five, Thor should have gone for the head, and he regrets the moment he went for the heart until his death. I think grammatically, that's okay. grammatically. Okay, Thor should have gone. Yeah, that's a verb. Thor for the head. Then you have another main clause. So you have main clause number 1 here, and then you have another main clause number 2. He regrets the moment he went for that. This is a subordinate clause in reality. What's wrong with this though? The meaning. The meaning is weird. It sounds awkward. Why? Because there is a problem with the tenses. They tell you until his death, right? Maybe he already died, and he says he regrets. Until his death, that makes no sense, because if this dude's already dead, he should have been regretted. Regretted. Okay? So he regretted every moment until his death. So that's what sounds a little weird. Okay? So number 5 is also wrong. The tenses don't work. And the only one that was correct here was number 3. Okay? So I hope you know how to apply this subject and verb theory. We're going to be seeing a couple of real exercises right now. Okay? So here's the first real exercise that assesses subject and verb. So you're going to tell me which one the answer is. You have 1 minute and a half. 1 minute and 30 seconds to do this. I'm going to, after 1 minute and a half, if you need more time, just pause the video. Okay? And then we're going to go over the analysis for this sentence together. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Perfect. So now we're going to go analyze this one. Okay, the answer here is, let's see. So, famous in North America. When Harleys were first brought to Asia by the Hells Angels in the late 1950s, they were promptly assimilated into Asian culture. Probably because of being so similar to skeleton bikes, a very popular Asian motorcycle. Who the hell rides these things? Okay, okay, I did actually, okay, but I don't know what I was thinking about. So, famous in North America, okay, when Harleys were, we first have to check which ones are sentences and which ones are not, okay? So, we're going to start by eliminating the ones that are not sentences. So, the ones that are not sentences are letter B, letter D, and letter E. Those are not sentences. Why? Let's see. Famous in North America is a modifier. We need to find a main clause. Harleys is a subject. That could be a subject. Having been, we already mentioned that an ing is not a verb unless you have a verb to be before. Is having, were having, was having, something like that. So this is not a verb. Brought. Brought in this case is a participle, a past participle. Okay, it's not a verb either. So assimilated the same way, it's a participle. We have no verb for the Harleys, so that's out. Letter D, Harleys. Then you have a comma. When you have a modifier or a description inside commas, that's an indicator that that whole thing is just a modifier, non-essential modifier. It doesn't matter too much. It's just blah, blah, blah. It's just fluff, okay? It's a filler. So this whole thing is a filler, it's fluff. And you have Harleys, probably because they were, or you have they were, but you have because before, because it's a subordinator. So you don't have a verb for hardest out. The same thing, exactly the same thing happens in letter E, right? You have because they were, that's a subordinate clause, but you don't have a main clause because you're missing a verb for hardest. So you're left with only two. So because of our theory of subject and verb, we have been able to eliminate 3 of these answer choices. Just by focusing on those splits, checking for the sentence, right? If we have a main clause. Now between these two, the answer actually is letter C, okay, not letter A. Now here's a challenge. In order to get our answer between A, the first one, and C, the third one, we need more theory. And the theory we need is modifiers, mods. Now check here on the timestamps. What chapter contains modifiers? I think it's chapter number 5, okay? Just go there if you want to. But after you've done modifiers, it should be pretty simple for you to notice that the answer is letter C and not letter A, okay? So again, because of the theory we just saw regarding subject and verb, we have been able to eliminate 3 answer choices, but we still need one more theory, modifiers, in order to eliminate letter A, okay? So just go to the comments below after you have done modifiers and you have come back to this exercise and tell me why is letter A wrong. Okay, it's actually pretty simple. Okay, so your answer here is letter C. Okay, now we have our second exercise here. I'm going to give you 1 minute and a half, 1 minute and 30 seconds for you to do this on your own, and then we're going to go together over the answers. So let's start right now. Perfect. So let's read this. Normally occurring only once a year. A solar eclipse is caused from the sun and the moon, 2 of the major celestial bodies studied since ancient times, line up in conjunction with the polar star. Okay, that sounds a little weird, right? In conjunction with the polar star. Okay. So we find a very definite split at the end, from and when. Okay, from and when. Now, one important thing is this. When you have a preposition like from is one of those words called a preposition, okay? You cannot have a sentence. A preposition cannot introduce a sentence. A preposition cannot introduce a main clause, okay? Whereas a subordinator, like when, it can introduce a main clause. So it's okay, and this one doesn't. So, after from, in this case, in letter A, you have from the sun and the moon. Those are subjects. And then you have this whole fluff here between commas, blah, 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 blah. And then you have line up. That's a verb, which means the sun and the moon and line up form a main clause. If you have main clause, you cannot link, you cannot connect that main clause to the other part of the sentence with a preposition. So from is wrong because of that, okay? You need when. And here, also you need a sentence here to begin with, right? Because you have a solar eclipse is. This verb is the verb for eclipse. Letter D, they don't have that. Solar eclipse, and you have call, blah, blah, blah. You don't have the main clause either. So that's out. Letter D is out because of that reason. And all you're left with is letter B and letter C. And again, I'm going to give you another challenge. After you have watched the chapter of parallelism, come back to this question, to this exercise. And it should be very simple for you to see that letter B is the correct answer because letter C has problems with parallelism. Okay? So B is the answer here. Again, put it in the comments below why you think the letter C is wrong. Okay? The parallelism is wrong in there. And you should know why after watching this chapter on parallelism. That was really good, right? So don't forget that after you finish covering the contents in this course, you finish chapter 9, you come back to all these questions we've done earlier and you try to do them yourself, okay? Leave in the comments below. Tell us how you got the answer. And I'm going to personally tell you if you did fine or there are other reasons for that answer. Okay, now we're moving to another theory. One theory that is also very related to subjects and verbs. We're referring to tenses. Tenses are truly important. And what's even more, they are kind of part of subject and verb agreement. Okay, so whenever you see a subject and a verb, you also have to apply this theory for tenses. Let's get to it. So we're going to start chapter 3, tenses. But before that, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Click on the notification bell to receive the latest updates. And also follow us in our social media, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Also, don't forget that we are offering a free PDF with 100 high-quality GMAT questions, exercises, and the link is in the description below. Okay, so let's start here with chapter number 3, tenses. Okay, so tenses are verbs. And on the previous chapter, we mentioned that one important thing is to make an agreement between your subject and your verb. And also, part of that agreement has to be logical. And part of the logic component of analyzing whether a verb is okay or not is to evaluate the tense. Okay, so here we have 3 main types of tenses: the simple, the progressive or continuous, however you want to call it, and the perfect. Okay, for each of them we have past, present, and future. I'm not putting here the future perfect because I've rarely seen it on the GMAT. Okay, almost never. So it's not worth it for us to study it. So the important thing you have to know here is that there are 3 types of tenses, and this is very crucial. The 2 tenses on the right, the progressive and the perfect, you should see them as special tenses. These 2 are special, meaning that whenever you come across one of these tenses, progressive or perfect, that's a key word. You should stop and verify whether that tense is okay or not. It's not normal. It's not common to have those tenses. So if you have any of those tenses, progressive or perfect, there should be certain requirements and you should evaluate if you truly need them. Okay, several times they're going to be just, the GMAT is just going to use them and they are not going to be okay. Okay, so that's the first thing you should know. The normal thing is for you to get a simple tense. Okay, if you don't have a simple tense, you have a progressive or a perfect tense, you need to stop and check it up. Okay, so that's the thing. Now let's go here to the simple tenses. Now with tenses, we need to say something. Most tenses need an indication of time. So actually they need to tell you in the sentence when that action happened. That's true for most tenses. Okay, it's true for most tenses. So for example, here in the past, bro went to the store yesterday. We're talking about simple tenses here. Our verb is went. That's in the simple past for go. And they are saying yesterday. So they're indicating when this action happened in the past. Now that yesterday is kind of justifying. That's justifying the use of the past, of the simple past. Because if I just had bro went to the store, period, then that sentence wouldn't really be too logical, because I don't know, if I'm mentioning something in the past, I have to state when. Okay, it's not totally wrong, but it would be awkward. Okay, so in order for us to make things happen correctly, when we use the past, simple past, we need to indicate that time. So you need to find one word or a phrase inside the sentence that is giving you the indication of time, when that time or when that action was carried on. Then you have the present simple. Joe goes to the store. Notice that here we don't have an indication of time. Here we have most tenses need an indication of time, not all of them. And the present simple is one of those tenses that do not need an indication of time. The present simple, you should think about it as the default tense. Default. Okay, so that's the normal tense. That's what you should always use, unless there is the context requires you to use a different tense. But if there's nothing that requires you to use a different tense, then you should go with the present simple. Okay, that's a default tense. So you don't need an indication of time here. Of course, it means that an action has been happening usually. All right, it happens usually. Joe goes to the store either right now or he normally goes to the store. Then you have the future simple. Mary will go to the store tomorrow. Again, we need an indication of time in order to appropriately state this tense. Future, and we indicate when in the future she's going. Okay, those are simple tenses. Then we have the progressive tenses, also known as the continuous tenses. Okay, when do you have a continuous tense or a progressive tense? When you have an ing, this is what we call a present participle, the ing, but you also have a verb to be. So this will be a compound verb. Again, we mentioned before, if I have the word, for example, going alone, that's not a verb. That can never be a verb. In order for this to become a verb, a progressive verb, we need to have a verb to be. Is going, are going, was going, were going, will be going, something like that. Okay, this is a verb to be plus the ing. Those two together make up a verb. Okay, so this is the progressive tense. Now, when do you use a progressive tense? Use the progressive tense for an action that has a prolonged durability. So something that is going on, is happening during a period of time. Especially when two actions overlap each other. Especially when you have this sense of two actions happening at the same time. That's very important, okay? So let's see that's the past continuous or the past progressive. Peter saw his friend when he was walking to school. Now, we have two actions here, two verbs, saw and was walking. Okay, was walking is an action that has a more prolonged durability. It lasts longer than the other action saw. So is a period of time. So while you were walking, and that walking action was happening during a period of time, then at one point you saw your friend, something like that. So there is an overlap of two actions. Was walking, and then in one period you saw your friend. So that's a correct use or usage for this progressive tense. Okay, then you have the present progressive. Joe is watching a really good film right now. Okay, now, okay, is watching. Okay, is watching. He's doing it over a period of time. He started in the past. He's doing it right now, and then he'll continue to do it later on. And the thing is that that event is not instantaneous. It's prolonged. That's why you are, or here we have progressive. And then we have our definition of time. Now, right? That whole event is taking place now. Okay, so we have that indication of time, which is necessary for us to have this progressive tense. And then we have the future progressive. Bro will be working tonight. Okay, he will be working. That's something that he will be doing. Okay, during a period of time. That's a prolonged durability. So he won't be working 1 second. He will be working for a shift, for some time. Okay, and when that will take place? Tonight. Because the night, you know, the night is long, right? You have anywhere from 7 p.m. to 5 in the morning. So that's tonight. Okay, so anywhere within that range, he will be working. So, but that action of working has a duration. So that's a trick. This is a very tricky tense, the ing, the progressive tense, okay? Now, just to tell you, most of the time, these INGs, when they are verbs, right, the verb to be plus the ING will be used incorrectly in the GMAT, okay, in sense correction. So whenever you see a progressive tense in sense correction, that's a red flag. Okay, that's a red flag. You should be very suspicious about it. Now we're going to talk about the perfect tenses. Okay, perfect tenses. How do you form a perfect tense? You first have to have a helping verb to have, and then a past participle. Past participles are those words that end with ed or sometimes en. Okay, most of the time they end with ed or en. So we have two different types of perfect tenses that we are going to cover: past perfect and present perfect. Let's start first with the past perfect. The past perfect indicates that one action happened before another action in the past. So we call it the past of the past. So if you want to say that one action happened and finished before another action in the past, that's when you use the past perfect. Example: Joe had finished, past perfect, his homework when Mary arrived. So here you have your past perfect. This is correct. Why? Because Mary arrived in the past. She's not arriving right now, right? She already finished arriving. And before that first action in the past, Joe had already finished. So first, Joe started and finished, and then Mary arrived. And those two actions are in the past. So you are giving a sequence of events in the past. And basically with the past perfect, you are indicating which action happened first in the past. Okay? So which one is more in the past? Number two, bro had fallen asleep by the end of the movie. Okay, this one is correct. Also, had fallen asleep, that's your action. He had already fallen asleep. And then you don't have a time, but you have an event. This event is the end of the movie. So the end of a movie is the time. It's like an event. It takes place at a time, the end of a movie. And before the time in the past, this end of a movie is in the past also. Before the time, he had already fallen asleep. We don't know when, but it was before. So we don't know exactly when before, but at some time before. Okay? So that's the past perfect. And this is a very common tense used by the GMAT. Now, the present perfect. Use the present perfect to indicate that one action hasn't been finished or that has been finished recently. So you have two different purposes for this present perfect. Something hasn't been finished or something is recent. Okay? Example number one, Joe has studied for the GMAT since last month. Okay? That since is a huge keyword. Keyword. For you to know that you have to use a present perfect because since indicates that something hasn't finished. Okay? There are other keywords on top of since, such as sometimes the keyword once, sometimes the keyword for. Okay, whatever indicates that an action hasn't been finished. So he started in the past, but he started last month actually, but he hasn't finished studying. So he's still studying. Then number two, bro has finished studying. Okay, bro has finished studying. Now, when they say has finished, notice that this present perfect, when we are saying that something is recent, right? We're saying with this one something is recent. That's the only other time in which you are allowed to have a tense without a time indication or an indication of time. Okay, so you don't need to say when bro has finished. When you say bro has finished studying, you're implying that he has finished recently. Okay, so those are the two uses for the present perfect. Okay, be careful with the perfect tenses. The GMAT likes to use them a lot. Okay, and remember, this is special tense also, just as the progressive tense. So whenever you see them, you have to analyze them. You have to evaluate them. So we've gone over the main tenses on the GMAT and on grammar, and now we have the problem set. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds here for you to read this and try to see what the mistakes are. Some of them might be correct, some others might be incorrect. So you need to check them up. So I'll give you 30 seconds and then we're going to go over the answers together. So 3, 2, 1, 30 seconds. Okay, so now we have this. Okay, let's start with number 1. Bro was walking to the park last year. Is that one alright, or that one has a mistake? What do you think? Bro was walking to the park last year. Now, was walking is a period of time, right? Period. And now you have to think about the overlap of time, right? I mean, was walking to the park took place during the whole last year? Does it make sense? No, right? Because was walking to the park is an action that happened. Yeah, it has a duration, but it has a duration that is much smaller than last year. Last year is too big, so we are not indicating correctly when he was walking. We could say he was walking to the park last night. Yes, you could say so, because you compare last night to walking to the park. Walking to the park could take you 1 hour, and last night contains like 7 hours, so or 8. So I mean, it's not too broad of a period of time to include was walking in there. In this case, though, last year is just way too big to serve as the time reference for was walking. So this one is nonsensical. Nonsensical. Number 2, Joe and Mary decided that they will help children today. Okay, now here we have a little problem. Okay, they decided in the past to do something in the future. That's not correct. Okay, because if you have decided in the simple past, then this modal future cannot work with a verb. In this case, we call them reporting verb that works with this verb. We are going to call this is similar to a reporting verb that's in the past. The past version of will is would. And you're going to see this in the GMAT, especially on intermediate and hard questions. So this should have said, Joe and Mary decided that they would help children today. Okay, so would is the past of will. And of course, there is a problem with will, because how can you decide something in the past that's for the future of today, right? If you go and see this from the past's point of view, it would be a would, not a will. Okay. Number 3, Goku had thrown the spirit bomb before Frieza was able to react. Okay, you have 2 verbs. Was able to react, had thrown. Okay, but then you have something, and you would say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Why? Because was able is a verb in the past. And before that action in the past, Goku had thrown the spirit bomb. So that works. There is a problem, though, that there is some sort of redundancy. Why? Because the past perfect is giving us kind of the order of the actions that happen. But there is another word that is also giving us the right order, which is the word before. So when you have that word before, or other words like the word after, you shouldn't need the past perfect, because before is already telling you which action happened first, which is the same thing that the past perfect does. All right, so that would be a redundancy of organization in the sentence. So in this case, through should be good enough. Goku threw the spirit bomb before Frieza was able to react, because the word before already tells us which action happened first. So far, 3 of them are wrong. Number 4, Sherlock Holmes has been the best detective in the 20th century. This one is easier, okay? It's wrong. Why? Why do you think this one's wrong? Now, the 20th century is in the past, right? Right now we live in the 21st century. And Sherlock Holmes has been the best. Has been could mean 2 things. Something is recent, which of course, when something is already finished, like the 20th century, it cannot be recent. And it also means that something is unfinished. But the 20th century already finished. So has been is wrong. It should have been was. Something in the past. Okay? So the present perfect doesn't work in this case. Number 5, Thanos had already snapped his fingers by the time Thor had arrived. There's a problem with this one too. Well, it's a problem. The problem is that we have 2 verbs in the past perfect. That's unnecessary, right? Which one happened first? We don't know. one of them has to happen before the other one in this case. So here we should need, he had already snapped the fingers before Thor arrived. This one should be in simple past, okay, not in past perfect, in order for us to set the correct order of events. So that's how. And number 6, the problem with bro was that he hasn't finished his homework on time. Okay, the problem with bro was that he hasn't finished. Now, why hasn't finished? If they tell you this problem was in the past, it's the past. Why hasn't finished? If hasn't finished, again, is for something that's recent or something that's unfinished. And here we're talking about the past, something already passed. So this present perfect doesn't work. It should only be finished, or actually didn't finish, right? The negative, didn't finish. So that would be the correct way to put the sentence, okay? So tenses could be a little tricky. Just keep on practicing. Now we're going to go over 2 real GMAT exercises. So right now we're going to do exercise number 3. Focus on the tenses, but also focus on the concepts we learned in the previous chapter, chapter number 2, subject and verb. So you have two theories already, right? You can use either of them. So you have 1.5 minutes, 30 seconds to do this. And then we're going to go over the answers together. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, let's go. Okay, so here we have the sentence. There is a possibility that Ptolemy IV has obtained all his magical powers by reading books from a sacred library that once stood in Alexandria. Okay, so we're talking about Egypt here, right? And just I want to say hi to all my Egyptian viewers also. Okay, so Ptolemy. Now here we are going to go and we're going to find the splits, right? Has obtained, was obtaining, obtain, was obtained. So here we have different tenses, okay? Has obtained is a present perfect. Was obtaining is actually a past progressive. Obtain is a simple past. So what we have to think about here is, in order for us to justify some of the tenses, is that if this action happened recently, if it's unfinished, in which case, finished. In this case, the answer would be the first one, right? Has obtained, the present perfect. Or if this action was, there's an overlap between two actions, maybe, overlap, or if it had a prolonged duration. Just remember, I also mentioned that the progressive tense is a red flag. Most of the time it's going to be wrong, okay? And so if you have to make a guess here, an educated guess, just never choose the progressive tense. So here, is it recent? They tell us once it stood in Alexandria. For us, I mean, we already know that Alexandria doesn't exist anymore, actually, right? They're talking about a library in Alexandria. So that happened a very long time ago, okay? So has obtained is not recent. Is it unfinished? No, it finished. Why? Because Ptolemy is dead. right? Ptolemy is not alive anymore, so has obtained is wrong. Okay, this tense is wrong. Now, was obtaining? Are we talking about two actions here happening at the same time? No. Okay, are we talking about a prolonged period of time? No, actually no, right? Just obtain. Would the simple past obtain work? Yes. Why would we need? So the way you should think about this is, would the simple past obtained only work? Maybe yes. Okay, but why would you need the progressive tense? Is there any necessity here for that progressive? Not at all. So those two are out, and we're gonna stay with the two in the middle. Okay, and now here we have another challenge. Okay, so far we have eliminated A, B, and E. We're left with C and D. The right answer is letter D. Now why? We're gonna go over why later maybe, but just write your reasoning in the comments below. Now, in order to eliminate letter C, you will need to apply modifiers. Okay. Now you're kind of getting to know how important modifiers are, because most of the sentences will have something to do with modifiers. Okay. So after watching the chapter for modifiers, come back to this exercise and finish it. Okay. And write your reasoning below in the comments. Okay. But the answer is D, and there is something wrong with the modifiers here, especially this modifier here that wants to. Okay, that's wrong, but you're gonna tell me why in the comments below after watching the chapter for modifiers. Now let's go to the next exercise. Here, exercise number 4, you have again 1 minute 30 seconds, and then we're gonna go over the answers. So 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so here we have, since 2008, when the American Bar Association began to allow attorneys' fees to be solely based on the outcome of their lawsuits, several law firms started to pay their lawyers a symbolic base fee, with an agreement to pay higher fees if the lawyer wins the case. Okay, that's fine. Now we have to notice something here very rapidly. Here we're starting with a since plus a time. As we mentioned before, since plus time is a huge indicator of a keyword for the present perfect. Why? Because it's basically saying that something started in this time, since 2008, but is not finished. Something that hasn't been finished, which means that this sentence needs to have a verb that is in the present perfect. Okay, the only two that have that verb are C and D, have started. All the other ones say started, which is the simple past. Those are wrong. You have started here. And then between these two, there is an idiom. When you have the verb allow, you need an infinitive. Allow to. Allow plus to. You cannot have allow that. Okay, so D here. That's pretty simple once you know the idioms, and also once you notice this type of keywords like since. Okay, so that's been the chapter for tenses. Tenses could be a little tricky, but we've covered most of it. Okay, so just keep on practicing. Don't forget to download the 100 free GMAT exercises so you have an opportunity to practice there. Okay? Well, that was nice. Now, for you to understand, I'm going to give you one advice, one tip I give to all my students, my private students. If you want to do good with tenses, what you want to do is you want to apply it as soon as you start applying subjects and verbs. So whenever you make that subject and verb agreement that you always need to do in every single sentence, at that time, you also apply tenses, okay? Because if you don't do it at that time, then maybe you're going to forget later on. That's the trick. So apply tenses when you are checking the verb. So by this time, you should have already subscribed to our channel and click on the notification bell. You also should be following us in our social media sites, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, in order to get access to our exclusive material that we post in there. And you should have also downloaded our free PDF file, Liberty Challenge Volume 1, which contains 100 high-quality GMAT exercises with video explanations for each answer. Now we are going to get to the most important theory in the whole sentence correction course, okay? This is the most important, hands down, because you've heard me talk a lot about this word, modifiers. What the hell is a modifier? Okay, that's the thing. Now here you'll find out what a modifier is and how important it is for your game. Okay, so if you've been following this video, you should already know that modifiers is by far the most important concept, theory in sentence correction. Almost every single exercise you encounter will have something to do with modifiers, okay? Now, what is a modifier? A modifier is anything that describes or gives information about a noun or an action, okay? There are two main types of modifiers, which are two different words. You have the word of the adjectives, and then you have the word of the adverbs. Two different words, okay? You shouldn't mix them up. You have the adjectives and the adverbs. We're going to go right now into each of them. The adjectives describe nouns and pronouns, while the adverbs describe everything else. Verbs, some adjectives, other adverbs, and some other type of actions, right? Actions such as gerunds, for example, and such as infinitives also. Okay, so the adverbs modify a lot of things, and they follow different rules. So on one side you have the rules for the adjectives, and on the other side you have the rules for the adverbs, okay? So for example, blue car. So in that case, you have the noun car that is being accompanied by the word blue. Blue in this case is qualifying the color of the car. So that blue is an adjective. It's a modifier describing car. Many people, the same thing. People is a noun. But then you have the qualifying word, or the qualifier, many. Okay? Many is describing how many people you have. You have several, many people, right? So many is also an adjective modifying people. She runs quickly. In this case, quickly is a modifier. Now, quickly is not modifying she. Quickly is modifying the word runs, the verb. So normally, when you have the ly, termination ly, that indicates an adverb. Okay? So quickly is telling you how fast she runs. Letter D. They eat a lot. They eat a lot. Now, in this case, a lot. It's not modifying they. They are not a lot. They eat a lot. So it's modifying how much they eat. So a lot in this case is an adverb for eat. And those are modifiers. Okay? Now, we have tons of modifiers here. We need to be familiarized with those modifiers. We need to, when we look at a modifier, we need to know which type of modifier they are. So here we're going to start with the adjectives. We mentioned before the adjectives modify nouns, especially nouns, or also pronouns. We're going to go over pronouns later, but we're going to focus on the nouns now. So noun modifiers, the first and most important rule, should touch the noun they want to modify. So basically, if you want to modify a noun, let's say you have your noun here, your modifier should be next to it in most cases, okay? If it's far away from it, normally that's going to be wrong. So let's look at this one. First example. This one is supposed to be B, all right? I saw a book in the store that was good. That one's wrong. Why? Because I have modifier. That plus verb is what we call a relative clause. Okay, we just call them relative. This is an adjective. What is it trying to modify? Store. The store was good, or you want to say that the book was good. If you want to say that the book was good, which I think that's what they're trying to say, this is wrong, because that was good should be touching, should be next to the word book, not the word store. In this case, it sounds like it's modifying store, and the store is good, which makes no sense. So that's out. Second one, the company conducted a new sales campaign whose stocks were down. Okay, whose stocks were down is another modifier. The other one's a subordinated clause. Remember, we've seen subordinated clauses in chapter number 2. So what is this modifying right now? Whose stocks went down or were down? The campaign stocks or the company stocks? A campaign cannot have stocks. The one that has stocks is the company. So it's wrong, because if we want to modify the company, it should be touching next to the company. Okay, so those are adjectives. So when you have an adjective, you can have a whole phrase that is an adjective. It needs to be close, touching, if possible, the noun you want to modify. Okay, so now we're going to go over some common adjectives you're going to find on the GMAT. Okay, now it's important whenever you look at an adjective, you know that it is an adjective and you don't get confused with the other type of modifier, which is the adverb. So the modifiers, a common place to find them would be at the beginning of a sentence, especially those modifiers that start with ing, ed, or just are plain adjectives. Ing is something we call the present participle. If you read some books, you're going to find it like that. The ed, en termination would be for the past participles. Okay, so let's see an example here. Walking in the park, comma, a wallet was found by bro. Now, we are starting this sentence with a modifier. How do we know this is a modifier? Because it's just a phrase. It's not a clause, right? The main clause, which is the sentence, would be a wallet was found. You have a subject and a verb. So the other part that is isolated with a comma, by the comma, would be the modifier. Now, walking in the park, it starts with an ing. That's an adjective. It's a common adjective. Now, the thing you have to do is, what is it modifying? It's modifying whatever comes after the comma, whatever it is touching. So it modifies the wallet. Okay, then you have to ask yourself, is this wallet able to walk in the park? I don't think so, right? They were trying to modify bro, the person who is walking. So in this case, A is wrong. The wallet shouldn't be modified by walking in the park. This sentence should be something like, walking in the park, bro found a wallet. But bro needs to be here touching the modifier, not the wallet. Okay? So next one, B. Tired after playing a game. Some rest was needed by Joe. Again, we are starting with a phrase. That's not a sentence, that's not a clause, right? The clause, the main clause is this one. Some rest was needed, because you have a subject and a verb. Tired. What type of word is tired? That's an adjective. A plain adjective. Okay? So we're starting this whole phrase with an adjective. That means that whole phrase becomes an adjective. So tired after playing a game, that whole thing behaves as a noun modifier. It's modifying whatever noun it's touching. Now, here it's touching some rest. Can some rest be tired after playing a game? I don't think so, right? They were trying to modify the person, Joe, but Joe is not touching the modifier. This sentence should have been, tired after playing the game, Joe needed some rest. Something. So this one's wrong, right? Those are very easy and direct eliminations that you have to do on the sentence correction section of the GMAT, okay? Letter C, planned in only 2 days. Everyone was happy about the successful trip. Okay, everyone's happy. Now, planned in only 2 days, that's a phrase. That's one of the EDs, ENs, right? That's a past participle. So we know just because of the type of word that we have here, this whole phrase becomes a modifier. What type of modifier? An adjective, because we know that when you start, you begin your sentence with one of these, INGs, EDs, ENs, adjectives, that whole thing is an adjective. It should be modifying the noun that comes after the comma. In this case, planning only 2 days. Everyone was planned? No, they were trying to modify the trip but the order is wrong. The position. So the trip should be coming here. The trip was successful and made the people happy. Something like that. But the trip needs to be the one that is receiving the modifier. So this thing right here is essential. It's a very basic concept on the GMAT. Another type of adjective that is very common would be the appositive. What is an appositive? An appositive is a noun that behaves as a modifier. So you can have one noun acting, functioning as a modifier, as another adjective sometimes. For example, Joe bought a very old science book. Okay, here we have the noun book. All right, that's a noun. We also have the word science. Science. That's a noun also. But in this case, you cannot have two nouns together, right? Science and book. In this case, science, even though it's a noun, it's behaving as an adjective. It's qualifying the book. Science is telling you the type, the topic of the book. So in this case, science is a noun, but behaving as an adjective. The real noun would be book. Okay, so science is the appositive. It's a noun that is functioning as a modifier. Letter B. A very talented surgeon, Dr. Strange, got his PhD at a very young age. So here we keep on talking about Dr. Strange, right? And we're saying that a very talented surgeon, what is this whole thing? That's a phrase. That's a phrase. So if it's a phrase, it's a modifier. Okay. Now, what type of modifiers is? This one modifier is based on the noun surgeon. But in this case, this is a noun that is trying to describe somebody. It's trying to describe Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange is a very talented surgeon. So that works. That's fine. Because you have a modifier here. It's modifying Dr. Strange. Letter C. Mr. Stark, an electronics engineer, is very wealthy. The same thing. An electronics engineer, that whole thing is a modifier, is a phrase. It sounds like we have only a noun, right? Engineer, but in this case, this engineer, this is a noun that is trying to describe somebody. In this case, it's trying to describe Tony Stark. So Mr. Stark, who is an engineer, is very wealthy. This whole adjective is modifying the noun Stark, which is okay. All right, so all these examples in this case are fine. Okay, good. So that's the appositive, which is another type of a common adjective. All right, so another type of modifier that is common is the relative. All right, what is a relative? It's any modifier that starts with that plus verb, or which plus verb, or who plus verb. Okay, so whenever you have, for example, that is here, you have that plus a verb, right? Immediately you have a verb. That's always an adjective. This is a process of thought you should automatically have. Okay, this is something basic for the GMAT. So let's see. Joe bought the book that was on the shelf. Okay, that was on the shelf is a relative, right? Modifier. It's an adjective. Relatives are always adjectives, so it should be modifying whatever word is next to it. In this case, it's modifying book. Is it okay? It's totally fine. The book could be on the shelf, so that's fine. So this one's good. That was on the shelf is correctly modifying book. Okay. Letter B. Bro went to the gym last night, which was almost empty. What about that? Last night, which was almost empty, is another relative, right? Which plus verb. It's trying to modify a noun. Now, it should be touching a noun. In this case, it's touching the noun night. The night was empty. Is that okay? No, that's wrong, right? What was empty? The gym. But in this case, which was almost empty is modifying the night. Bye-bye, that's wrong. Letter C. I talked to the person who sell the tickets. Okay. Who sell the tickets is a modifier. It should be modifying the noun that is next to it, person. Okay. It seems like it makes sense, but when we have a modifier and a noun, these two have a relationship, we have to also apply some sort of agreement with the verb that is inside. In this case, sell. Sell is a plural verb or a first person verb. Person is not a plural. So this one should be sells. So this sell is out. Okay, so that's something you should also look for. If you have a verb inside a modifier, inside one of these relatives, it should agree with the noun that is getting modified. And here we're going to see some other noun modifiers. Okay, for example, letter A, the dog sitting on the sofa is mine. ing, sitting on the sofa, is a modifier adjective describing the dog. Okay, so the ing, we already know that has a function as an adjective. Okay, that's not its only function though. The ing is one of the most used words, so it's got different functions. Okay, one of its functions is to work as an adjective. Letter B, bro left his phone on the table. On the table, in this case, is a period. On the table is a prepositional phrase. Prepositional phrase could work as an adjective, so that's fine. Modifying the phone. The phone is on the table. And then letter C, Mary wants to buy a house built by the best architect. Built by the best architect is a modifier. This built is a past participle. It's in the same list as those that end with ed or en. Okay, and this one's modifying house. That makes sense, so that's fine. So past participles, ings, and prepositional phrases are also common adjectives. But you gotta be careful though, because some of them are not always adjectives. They could work as adjectives, but not all the time. They could also have other functions, like an adverb. So you gotta be really careful with that. And now we're gonna talk a little bit about the adverbs. Okay, the adverbs are the counterpart to the adjectives. Okay, now the adverbs are a little different in that they don't need to touch. No touch. So there is not a touch rule for the adverbs as there was for the adjectives. However, the adverbs need to be clear. So whatever you're modifying with the adverb needs to be clear. Okay, they don't need to touch, but they need to be clear. Okay, remember that the adverbs can describe a verb, an action, or other modifiers. Let's see, for example, the first one, letter A, she ran quickly after the bell. Okay, quickly is the adverb modifying ran. Okay, quickly is modifying ran. And now, do you have another adverb here? After the bell, it's also modifying ran. Okay, so you have two adverbs in a row modifying one verb. Quickly is giving you indication on how she ran. After the bell is giving you indication on when she ran. So adverbs usually give you information about an action as far as how, when, why, what for, okay, where. Those are the types of info they give you. Letter B. Before 2000, some people believed that wireless internet was impossible. Okay, before 2000 in this case is adverb. Okay, it's a prepositional phrase that is functioning as an adverb. Why? Because we don't want to say that some people were before 2000. That's not what we're implying. We're implying that believed this concept was before 2000. So here with before 2000, we're modifying believed. So here we are going to see some common adverbs. Okay, let's start with prepositional phrases. Now you can see here the difficulty with modifiers. We also know that prepositional phrases can also be adjectives. So sometimes there are going to be adjectives, some other times there are going to be adverbs. It's all going to depend on the meaning. Okay, so be really careful with it. So in this case, you have the first Avengers movie was released in 2012. In 2012 is modifying was released, answering when it was released. So this prepositional phrase in 2012 is a modifier, an adverb for was released. Letter B, the collector gave Thanos the stone on condition that he would bring it back. Okay, on condition. This is a modifier for what? For gave, right? So they're giving you how he gave the stones, especially on what condition, what terms. So it's giving you information on giving. Okay, so that on condition prepositional phrase, that is functioning as an adverb for gave. And letter C, Josh, a country boy, always gets lost in the big city. Okay, he gets lost in the city. In this case, you have always gets lost in the city. In the city is your prepositional phrase, prep phrase. And what is in the city doing? It's talking about Josh? Not so much. It's not that Josh is in the city. He gets lost. Where does he get lost? In the city. So in the city is modifying gets lost. Okay, so all of them are adverbs. So these prepositional phrases could very well be functioning as adverbs, and you gotta be careful. Now, when they are inside a sentence, they will not be functioning simultaneously as an adjective and as an adverb. So they either could be adjectives or adverbs. Then we come over another very common type of modifier. Okay, this one's a little bit more intermediate and difficult, hard, but the GMAT likes this a lot. They use a lot of comma ings, right? Present participle as an adverb. Before we saw that the ing could also be an adjective, but in this case we're going to see its function as an adverb. So let's see. Letter A, the TV broke down, leaving everyone in the room bored. Okay, leaving everyone in the room bored, this is a modifier, this is an adverb. It is trying to give you a consequence. So in this case, it is modifying broke down. So what action happened after it broke down? What was caused by it? So the breaking down of the TV caused something, which is the consequence. So the ing as an adverb is used several times to give consequences. Now letter B here, Joe went to the store riding his bike. They have here riding his bike, which is the ing. Now we have a comma here, which usually indicates that this ing is an adverb and not an adjective. Okay, that's what the comma functions for in this case. So this riding his bike, it's not modifying store. The store is not riding a bike. With this comma, they're telling you this riding his bike, this phrase is trying to give you an indication on the verb. It's trying to modify the verb, telling you how he went to the store. And that's fine. So the comma ing, the ing as an adverb, is very often used to give you an indication of how an action was performed. So if we go to letter C now, Sid and Nancy had a very tough life, getting destroyed by their own habits. So in this case, I think it's a consequence, right? So they first had a very tough life, and that caused them to get destroyed by their own habits. So in this case, you have a consequence, getting destroyed, that's modifying had a very tough life. Had, okay? So those are the adverbs that we have here. And now we have other verb modifiers. These are also common adverbs. For example, letter A, Pikachu is an electric rat. A fact that upsets Ash. Okay, now what we have here, we have the appositive, right? A positive that we saw before behaving or working as an adverb, okay? So a fact that upsets Ash is not modifying the electric rat. It's modifying that that this Pikachu is an electric rat, right? So this whole sentence, this whole fact is upsetting Ash. So they're using a noun kind of to give the whole meaning of the sentence. Letter B, Elon Musk bought Twitter because he wants a piece of the media. Okay, this here we have a subordinated clause. We already went over subordinated clauses, right? In chapter number 2. Okay, so because he wants a piece of the media, we should already know that's a subordinated clause. Now, subordinated clauses in reality are adverbs. They modify a verb most of the time. So in this case, because he wants a piece of media, it's modifying bought. Why he bought it? Because blah, blah, blah. Okay? So it's answering why. Or what for. Either of those questions. Letter C. Tony used the stones to kill the tyrant. Okay. In this case, we have an infinitive. Infinitive to kill, right? To plus verb is called infinitive. Infinitive. Not infinitive word, okay? Infinitive, that's the name. So, to plus verb is infinitive. So, we have an infinitive here to give a purpose. Purpose. To kill the tyrant. So, what did he use the stones for? In order to kill the tyrant. This to kill the tyrant is modifying, not the stones, it's modifying used. Why he used it or what did he use it for? Okay, so those are also some common adverbs. Alright, now we're going to start with the problem set for these modifiers. So you have 30 seconds to go over each of the sentences and then we're going to go over the answers together, okay? So 30 seconds. Bro is in his house. That is very far away from Mary's. Okay. There is one rule, one very easy rule. What we have here, that is very far away. We've mentioned that plus verb is called a relative, right? Relative. Okay. Now, that's an adjective. Okay, so it's modifying house. So it seems that it's fine, right? It looks like it's fine. But when you have a that, you are not supposed to separate the noun that is getting modified with that using a comma. Okay, no commas should be interfering between the noun and that. So that's out. Okay. The inverse is true for which, for example. When you have which, you are supposed to have a comma here between the noun that is getting modified and which. Okay, but with that you are not supposed to have a comma. So with which you do have a comma, and with that you don't. That theory has to do with essential and non-essential modifiers, restrictive and non-restrictive. So now let's go over number 2. People who liked movies in 2012 were not used to superhero movies. Okay, now there is something that makes this awkward. What? In 2012, the position of in 2012. Now we've mentioned that prepositional phrases like in 2012 could be either adjectives or adverbs, depending on the meaning, okay? But they gotta be clear though. Now, in this case, in 2012, it's modifying, it looks like it's modifying people who like movies or movies themselves, okay? But the problem is that the people who were in 2012 were not used to superhero movies. It's not about the people who were in 2012. What happened in 2012? The movies happened? No. What happened in 2012 was that they were not used. So this preposition in 2012 should be clearly modifying the verb here, this verb, not the noun. So in order to modify the verb without any sort of confusion, we will need to make some changes. The changes we will need to make will be these ones. First, we could take this in 2012 after the verb were not used in 2012 to superhero movies, something like that. Or we could isolate this in 2012 at the beginning. So actually the sentence would start with in 2012, comma, blah, 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 and the whole sentence. So when you have a prepositional phrase at the beginning like that, it looks more like an adverb, okay? So everything is about the position. But in this case, this in 2012 is unclear as far as whether it's modifying the noun or the verb. So that's not appropriate. Number 3, a very nice school. Harry Potter went to Hogwarts to learn magic. Okay, do you see the mistake there? This mistake here, number 3, is very, very easy, very basic. The mistake we have here is that a very nice school is a phrase using a positive, one of those nouns that modify something else, and it's supposed to be modifying Hogwarts, not Harry Potter. Harry Potter is not a very nice school, okay? So Hogwarts needs to be touching here the modifier. So far, all of them have been wrong. Number 4, planned in less than 2 weeks. The CEO was happy about the event. Okay, planned in less than 2 weeks, that's very easy to see that's a modifier because it starts with this type of word, past participle, ed, right? Now, what was planned in less than 2 weeks? The CEO? No, I don't think so. Right? The event was planned in less than 2 weeks. So it's not touching. This event should be right after the comma. So that's wrong too. Number 5, the Avengers lost the Infinity War, which made them really sad. Okay, this one's a little bit more tricky, but it's important. Which one's the modifier here? Now, you should be able by now to identify the modifier. The modifier is the one to the right of the comma, right? Which made them really sad is a relative modifier, which plus verb. Okay. That which is supposed to be modifying the noun it touches. Infinity War. Now, did the Infinity War made him sad? Or losing the Infinity War made him sad? What do you think? Actually, what made him sad was the fact that they lost, not the war themselves. So this which is wrong. Why? Because it's modifying the Infinity War, and in reality, what they want to say is that what made them sad is the verb lost. So we would need an adverb here, not an adjective. So that's out. Number 5 is out. Number 6, Raditz paid a visit to Goku, kidnapping his own little nephew. Okay, so that's the arc of Gohan, right? So you have this dude paid a visit to Goku, and then you have an ing, comma ing. Now we've mentioned before, when you have a comma ing, normally that gives you an explanation on how, and also gives you consequence. Okay, consequence. Now in this case, it's not a how, because if you test it, you say, okay, how did he pay a visit? Kidnapping. That makes no sense. Now, is it a consequence? Is it a direct consequence? I don't think so. Why? Because the consequence from paying a visit is the kidnapping? No, right? I mean, that looks like a different action. So it's not a consequence. It's not an explanation of how. So in this case, that comma ing is wrong. 6 is out too. So we went over one of the most important things right now, common modifiers, common adjectives and adverbs. Now you should have the ability to identify modifiers whenever you see them on sentence correction. But modifiers is not over yet. We still have one more thing to go over, which is the countable versus the uncountable modifiers, okay? So this section is pretty simple. Basically, they tell you that you have two types of nouns. Those nouns that can be counted and those nouns that cannot be counted, okay? The nouns that could be counted normally have a plural form and you can count them up. Example, apple, tree, and people. You can say 1 apple, 2 apples, 3 apples. You can say 1 tree, 2 trees, 3 trees. You can say one person, 2 people, 3 people, right? You can count them up. However, there are other nouns that are uncountable. Knowledge. You cannot say, I have 1 knowledge, we have 2 knowledges. That makes no sense. Knowledge is an uncountable noun. The same thing with water. I have 1 water, 2 waters. That doesn't work. You can say I have 2 bottles of water. Yes, but you cannot say there are 2 waters over there, okay? So that's the difference between countable and uncountable nouns. And now we see something even more important. There's a set of modifiers that are different for countable and for uncountable nouns. So if you have a countable modifier, then you should apply these modifiers on the left, on the column of the left, okay? Whereas you have the equivalent here for nouns that are uncountable. So for example, if I'm gonna modify a noun that is countable, I'm gonna use many. Whereas if I modify a noun that is uncountable, I use much, okay? They mean the same thing, but if I have, for example, erasers, I cannot say I have much erasers, because erasers is a countable noun, so I have to say I have many erasers, okay? The same thing between few and little. They mean the same thing. It's just that one is for countable noun and the other one is for an uncountable noun, okay? Fewer versus less, number versus amount. Those are the only 4 you have to memorize. There are more. For the GMAT, these are the 4 that you have to memorize. So, having seen this, let's start with this problem set. Okay, you have 30 seconds to go over this, and then we're going to go over the answers together. Perfect, so now we go over the problem set. Number 1, there is little hope that Thanos will return. Okay, little hope. So we have a modifier that is for countable or uncountable nouns. Yes, the word little. Okay, little hope. Now it's modifying hope. Now in this case, hope is countable or uncountable. What do you think? 1 hope, 2 hopes. Can I say I have 2 hopes that he will return? That would make no sense, right? So in this case, hope is uncountable. So little is okay. So those are good. Okay, this one's good. Number 2, Gohan didn't have much friends because he was homeschooled. Okay, poor Gohan. So you have much friends here. Now the keywords here are these ones, the adjectives we went over: many, few, little, much, number. Those are the keywords. So when I see a modifier like much, I have to stop and review that modifier if that's modifying something that is uncountable. In this case, it's modifying the word friends. Friends is countable. So you can say 1 friend, 2 friends, 3 friends. So match is wrong. It should have been many, right? Many is a counterpart for match. Okay, for this. So that one's out. Number 3, I had many funs outside. Now that sounds bad, right? I have the adjective many here. It's supposed to modify something countable, and funs is in plural, so it's countable, but does it make sense? Can you say I have 1 fun, 2 funs? No, right? I just fun. In general, I have fun. So in this case, it should be match fun. I have match fun outside. So many is wrong. Number 3 is out. There's match problems because of the COVID. Okay. So here we have again the word match. It's supposed to modify something that's uncountable. Problems is countable because you can count them out. 1 problem, 2 problems, 3 problems. That's fine. So in this case, match is wrong and you should have had many. Okay? Should have been many. So that's the problem set for this countable and uncountable modifiers. This is a very easy part of modifiers. All right? Now we're going to go over the actual real exercises. Alright, so now this is the first real sense correction exercise we're going to do for the modifier section. Okay, you are going to get 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's the recommended time for every single sense correction exercise. Okay, remember that. So after you're done, I'm going to come in and I'm going to go over the answers. Okay, so let's start. Perfect, so let's read this. Dog patrolling, a military system that deploys smart killer dogs to undertake surveillance procedures in the city, allows for less street violence in places where much social inequality or gangs exist. Okay, that's a little bit extreme though, right? But let's see. We have some keywords here. Match, 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 many, and match. Okay, so we see different modifiers both for countable and uncountable nouns. So remember, match modifies uncountable nouns. Uncountable. Many, on the other hand, modifies countable nouns. Okay, so that's the difference. In this case, letter A, match inequality and gangs or gangs. Okay, so you're modifying 2 things with match here because what they want to say is that you have match of 2 things, right? Now, the word inequality is an uncountable modifier because you cannot count it up. You're going to say 1 inequality, 2 inequalities, it would make no sense. So, uncountable. So far, inequality agrees with match. It's fine. The problem, though, is that gangs is countable. You can count gangs up. Or you can say 1 gang, 2 gangs, 3 gangs. So in that case, match does not agree with gangs. You would need many gangs. So that's out, okay? Because of gangs and match. That relationship is wrong. Now, letter B, the same thing. Match inequality and gangs. That's out. Letter C, many gangs. Now, that's better because gangs is a countable noun. Many is a countable modifier. That's fine. Match inequality. So far, letter C is okay regarding the modifiers. Okay. Letter D, there is match, inequality, or gangs, the same mistake as in A and B. That's out. Letter E, there are many gangs and match inequality. Okay, so that seems fine also. So by applying this modifier theory, we have been able to eliminate A, B, and D. So we're staying with C and E. Those are the best ones so far. Okay, now what difference do you see? Can you apply any other theory? Because let me tell you something, with the theory we have already covered. In this course, you should be able to identify a mistake and get to the answer. Okay, so what theory are you going to apply? So the theory you're going to apply is this one, verbs. We went over verbs in chapter number 2. Okay, so here we have one verb, exists, that's a singular. And then we have there are. Are, of course, is a plural. Okay, so what are you going to apply here? Which one's fine? Now let's check for the subject, because whenever you talk about verbs, you talk about the subject, right? Now, exists. What exists? You have an and here, so you have two things that exist. Whenever you have two nouns that are being joined with and, that noun becomes a plural. So in this case, exists is wrong. Now here, there are many gangs and inequality. That's a plural, so are is fine. Letter E is my answer. Okay? Easy, right? Now let's go to the next one. Number 6. Okay, again, you're going to have 1 minute, 30 seconds to do this, and then we're going to go over the answers together. Let's start. Perfect, so I'm going to read this. 10 families moved out of Firestone in western New Jersey this spring, bringing to 118 the number of families who move out of the state due to the current climate catastrophe. Okay, so we have a comma ing here. Comma ing is an adverb normally used for two things: explanation of how or a consequence, right? Okay, and it's explaining something, maybe the action here, the verb in the main clause. Okay, so bringing, it's giving me what? Something about moved out. Maybe a consequence. It's not how, right? Because they don't move out by bringing. Actually, that looks more like a consequence. The fact that these families moved out brought to 118 the number. That would work. I think that's fine. And brings. Now, when we have and brings, you have the verb brings here, and you're still talking about the families, right? Families is a plural, so brings cannot work. Okay, that's out. And they bring. Okay, that would be fine also. And it brought. Okay, later we're going to go over pronouns, but this it is not. It doesn't have a referent. Okay, so that's out. And brought. Okay, the families brought. So you have three options here. But because of meaning, letter A is the best one. Why? Because when you say they bring, that could work, but it's changing the story. Okay, there's a change in story because you're saying the families brought to 118. First of all, bring in the present doesn't make sense. It should be brought because it's already It already passed. And also because these families are not intentionally bringing to 118. This is a consequence, a natural consequence. So these families move out, and that action brings to 118 the number of families who move out. Okay, but it's not that they are doing it intentionally. So it's kind of weird. The same thing with E. And brought, it's another action. So the families move out and the families brought, but they are not doing it intentionally. It would be a little nonsensical, but even if it makes sense, that would change the story from A. So as A contains the original story and makes more sense, we are gonna choose A. Okay, that's how you do the sense correction. Now you see how we are applying the different concepts. We're also applying the process of elimination, and we're going over the different criteria we saw in that initial chart that I told you that was very important, right? The levels of mistakes that we saw in the initial chart, the levels of mistakes that we saw in the initial chart. If you are not familiarized with it yet, go back to the introduction in this lesson. Okay? You have the timestamps below, okay? Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to activate the bell. Click on the bell because otherwise you won't receive any new updates. Follow us in our social media, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Also remember that you will need more exercises to practice with, and we are offering a free PDF with 100 high quality questions for the GMAT. So the link is in the description. Just go in there and get it. Okay, so now let's go to the next exercise. So number 7, we have again 1 minute, 30 seconds. Try to do it in under the time, okay? Try to force yourself to do it as fast as you can. And after that, we're gonna go over the answers. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Okay, now let's read this. Collecting meteorite rocks. Evidence has been studied by archaeologists suggesting that multicellular life forms did not originate in the millennia they had previously thought. Okay, so the first thing we have to notice, and this is very easy, is that in this sentence we're starting with a modifier. Okay, sentence starts or begins with a modifier. Why? How do we know that? Because we mentioned that whenever you start with an ing, right, in a phrase, this is an adjective. So this whole phrase should be modifying the noun that is here. Now, who has been or what has been collecting meteorite rocks? The evidence hasn't been collecting anything. The archaeologists have been collecting. Okay, so we see a definite split here at the beginning. These two are out. Okay, just because of the way we need to modify. We need to make sense with the modifier. So the only ones who can perform that action of collecting rocks would be the archaeologists. Perfect, so now we have 3 options. What are the differences? There is one very simple mistake we have here in letter E, which is which. Guess what it is? Try to remember. Okay, try to remember what I mentioned before. What I mentioned before was that when you use which plus a verb, and that's what we call a relative, But this time you should know that relatives are adjectives, so they modify the noun that is next to it. When you use which, you always need a comma, okay? So this one doesn't have the comma, that's out, okay? Whereas if you use that plus verb, the meaning is almost the same, but you don't need a comma. That's the difference. So which needs a comma, that doesn't need a comma. So that is fine, okay? So you have these two, C and D. Then you have, let's read this. Archaeologists have studied evidence suggesting, that suggests versus suggesting, okay? That multicellular are different millennia, blah, blah, than that which they had. This which is fine, we're gonna go over that later. They had, okay? So in this one, in letter D, they are making a comparison. We haven't gone over comparisons yet. That is a copy pronoun. After we see pronouns, we're gonna see pronouns later on. Come back to this exercise and finish it, okay? I'll give you the answer. The answer in this case is C. There is something funny here with the comparison, with this that, okay? This that is trying to refer to millennia. Remember, the word millennia is a plural, so that will not be able to refer it, okay? You'll understand more about that after you're done with the pronouns lesson, okay? But because of that, letter C is our answer. So that was a very long chapter, okay? Now, if you truly want to get a 700 or more, you need to dominate modifiers, okay? You need to have a total command of modifiers. Especially, remember, you need to be able to identify the difference between a noun modifier, aka an adjective, and a verb modifier, aka an adverb, okay? Those two things have a clear distinction and you should be able to identify. So practice in order to do that. I surely hope you're having a good time and you like this course, because I am having a good time, trust me. Now, if you like this course, you can tell us that you like it by giving us a like, okay? Give us a thumbs up and also share this video with your friends. Don't keep it to yourself, okay? Don't be selfish. Share it because our intention is to get as many people as possible, okay? Now let's go to the next theory, which is pronouns. Okay, so here we have chapter 5. Pronouns. Okay, we're going to be seeing pronouns. What is a pronoun? Here we have the definition of a pronoun. A pronoun is a word that replaces a noun or another pronoun. So basically, you use a pronoun to replace another noun. For example, if you have a pronoun like he, that's being used to replace another noun, maybe Joe, right? We mentioned Joe first, and so we don't want to be repeating the same noun over and over. Then we put the pronoun in that case. So our writing is much shorter and more concise. The most common pronouns in the GMAT are personal pronouns and demonstratives, okay? Personal pronouns are these ones, he, she, it, they. Of course, you also have you have I, and we, right? These pronouns are uncommon in the GMAT, okay? But these ones, he, she, it, they, are very common. And then you have the demonstrative pronouns, these, that, and those. Okay, now we're going to see this. A pronoun should have a referent. Okay, that's the first rule. This one is a very important rule. You need a referent. Now, what is a referent? A referent is the word that is being replaced. The word that is getting replaced, that's your referent. Okay, so the reference should have come before the pronoun. So if you have a he, you are supposed to have a noun that refers to a male, right? Joe, something like that before. If you don't have a noun before for he to refer to, then this pronoun is automatically incorrect, okay? This one is the main rule regarding pronouns. So, let's see number 1. He stood in the park because he didn't know what to do. Okay, how many pronouns do you see? I see 2 pronouns, he and he. They're the same pronoun. They're repeating that pronoun twice. But the important thing would be here, do you see a referent? I don't find a referent. I can find one referent. There's no referent actually. Who is he? We haven't mentioned who he is. So these pronouns are incorrect because we are missing a referent. Number 2, the dog food you bought tastes bad. That's why it doesn't want to have a bite. Okay. All right, you have the pronoun it. It doesn't want to have a bite. What is it? Some people may say, oh, this refers to dog. Okay, dog here. And of course, the dog doesn't want to eat it. That's what they mean by saying that he doesn't want to have a bite, okay? Now, this dog can be eaten, yes, but there's a problem though. These pronouns are supposed to replace nouns, okay? They replace nouns. Now here, when you say dog food, and we've gone over this in chapter 4, modifiers, this is what you call an appositive. When you have the words dog, food, which one is the real noun? Dog or food? If I say I have dog food here, do I have a dog or do I have food? I actually have food. This is the noun, right? Food. Dog is a qualifier. It's a modifier. It's an adjective for food. So in this case, dog is not behaving, it's not functioning as a noun. It's functioning as an adjective. And the pronoun it cannot refer to adjectives. It refers to nouns. So in this case, it would only be referring to food. The food doesn't want to have a bite. That doesn't make sense. Okay, here the noun is food. So it would be referring to food. We need to make sure this would make sense with food. In this case, it doesn't. So that's out. Okay, so you see what we're doing, right? We're going over very simple and basic examples here on the GMAT. Number 3. The painting in the museum has been there ever since it was redesigned by the famous architect. Okay. What was redesigned by the famous architect? Of course, architects, they don't work with paintings. They work with structures, with buildings. So it looks like what was redesigned by the architect was the museum and not the painting. What's the problem though? Museum is a noun? Yes, it is a noun. It is a noun in the museum. The problem is that this noun is inside a prepositional phrase. This prepositional phrase is an adjective modifying the painting. It's the location of the painting. So the noun that has more relevance, that has more importance in the sentence is the noun painting. The noun museum is a secondary noun that is just an adjective, part of an adjective. Therefore, if you have this it will look to refer to the painting. That's what it wants to do. It will refer to the noun that has importance there. So it looks like it is referring to painting, and that's incorrect. Why? Because museum is inside a prepositional phrase. Okay? So when you actually say painting in the museum, the important noun there is painting, not the museum. And now we have another theory for the pronouns. Pronoun ambiguity. Basically, we already mentioned what ambiguity is. Ambiguity is whenever you have one sentence that could have more than one interpretation. Okay, so you could have 2, 3 interpretations, but of course that affects clarity, right? It makes a sentence not to be clear. It makes the meaning of the sentence unclear. So you have here the pronoun must be clearly referring to only one noun. That's got to be clear. The meaning must be precise and logical. Okay, now let's see how we apply that here. Joe called Mike because he felt sick. He. Okay, this is an example we saw before during the introduction. He felt sick. Now, who could be he? You have 2 options. It could be Joe, it could be Mike. Actually, there is no way we can tell which one is he, right? It could be Joe called Mike because Joe was sick, or Joe called Mike because Mike was sick. So you have those 2 options, 2 interpretations. There is no way you can solve that with information they're giving you, so that's out. Okay, too ambiguous. Too ambiguous, that's incorrect. Number 2, the movie is very sad because it is about a poor dog that waits for its owner for several months. Actually, my dog is barking right now because he's waiting for me. Okay, but this movie is sad. Okay, now how many pronouns do you have? You have it here and it's here. Now, they are the same type of pronoun. So, theory tells you if you have 2 pronouns of the same type in the same sentence, they should be referring to only one noun, one referent. Okay? One noun. So in this case, the first it is referring to what? Because it is about a poor. What is about a poor dog? The movie. Okay, so the first one is linked to the movie. But then the other one says its owner. The movie doesn't have an owner, so this it is referring to this dog here. So that's wrong. Why? Because you are using the same pronoun twice in a sentence to refer to 2 different nouns. That's not good because it's confusing. Okay? So that's how the 12 is ambiguous and then you already know what ambiguity is. This is a very common mistake you'll find on sentence correction. So now we're going to talk about pronouns and subject-verb agreement. Remember, we already went over subject-verb agreement in chapter number 2. We mentioned that whenever you have a subject and a verb, you need to make them agree in two ways. Number one, number, singular with singular, plural with plural. And number two, logic. Basically, the subject needs to make sense with the verb, which means that the subject needs to be able to perform the action that is being given by the verb. Okay? Now, remember, the pronoun could replace a noun. Now, if that noun is a subject, the pronoun will also be a subject. Okay, so pronouns could be subjects. So if it is functioning as a subject, you need to make this agreement here. Example, the term weirdo is offensive because it is a person who behaves awkwardly. Okay, you have this it here. This it is a pronoun. What is that it referring to? What is the referent? The term weirdo. What is a noun there? The term. And now we have to check if it makes sense with the verb. It is a person who behaves. It is a person, okay. Can the term, this is what you have to ask yourself. Can a term be a person? No, right? So that's wrong. This doesn't make sense with the term. It should be the term weirdo refers to a person. The term weirdo talks about a person, but the term cannot be a person. So that's out, okay? So just make sure to check for these types of mistakes. Now here we have a different type of pronoun. That and those. Okay, that and those is something that the GMAT likes to use a lot. Alright, the GMAT will be using these pronouns over and over. Now, actually, the word that has several functions. One of its functions is to make a copy, or as we say, to make a clone. They will make a clone of a noun with that. Okay, using that. So use that and those to clone a noun in a comparison, especially when you're dealing with comparisons. Example. Mike's bike is faster than that of Joe. Okay, so you have here that of Joe. So something that belongs to Joe. What is that referring to? You need to have a referent. The referent is this bike here. Okay, but the thing is that we are not referring to this bike as a personal bike. Okay, so we end up here with two bikes. Let's say this is Mike's bike. Right, that's a Yamaha. Let's say that's a Yamaha bike. And that of Joe is a Honda. Okay, so you have two different bikes, a Yamaha and a Honda. That is taking the bike and making a clone of that bike, but talking about a different bike. So at the end, you have a different bike. You have two bikes, you see? Mike's bike is faster than that other bike that belongs to Joe. So you end up making a copy of one referent, but you end up with two bikes. That's what that and those do when they are pronouns. Okay, they make a copy of something, but they are not referring to that something, to that particular bike of Mike, okay, or that belong to Mike. Number two, there's a difference with the personal pronoun it. Mike's bike is faster than it was before. Whereas if you use it is a personal pronoun, different than that. So it is not making a copy. It is talking about this bike here. If this bike is a Yamaha, this it is the same bike, exactly the same bike. So here you end up with only one bike. Okay, so the thing here is, if you are comparing two things, you should use that. You want to make a copy. If you are comparing one thing to itself, then you should use it or they, right? A personal pronoun, because you don't need to make a copy. Okay, now let's see number three. The features of the newly released iPhone are more flashy than the Galaxy. Okay, this one's wrong. Why? Here we have comparison than the Galaxy. On the right we have the Galaxy. On the left we have what is more flashy than the Galaxy? The features of blah 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 blah. Can we compare the features to the Galaxy? No. We should have compared the iPhone to the Galaxy, but not the features of the iPhone to the Galaxy. We should compare the features of the iPhone are more flashy than the features of the Galaxy. Here we're missing the features. Okay. Now, how do we make a copy of these features here? Easy. We would have said than those of the Galaxy. Those of would have made a copy of the features to talk about different features that belong to the Galaxy. So that's how you use that and those. This is a basic concept. Okay, so now we have arrived to the problem sets. Okay, now we're gonna do this one by one. You're gonna have 30 seconds to do them all. Are you having fun? Because I am. Okay, trust me. So 30 seconds here, and then we'll go over the answers one by one. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so now we're gonna go over the answers, but before that, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and click on the notification bell if you want to receive our latest updates. And I'm pretty sure you want to receive all the content we have on this channel. So here we have number 1. Bro is excited because he will go to see the latest Avengers movie in which they kill Spider-Man. Poor Spidey. They kill Spider-Man, so this one is a pronoun. Here you have another pronoun, he. Now he is referring to bro. That's fine because bro is a male, right? That's his name. His actual name is bro, and he is bro. That's fine. So this one, check. That's fine. They kill Spider. Who is they? They is a pronoun that refers to a plural, right? Plural noun. Now the Avengers kill Spider-Man. It doesn't make sense. I don't think that's what they're trying to say. Do you have any other plural noun here? No. So they is wrong. Very easy, right? Totally easy. Number 2, Joe's bike is faster now than it was before because he tuned it up. So you have several pronouns in this one. It, he, and it. Okay. Now the first thing we have to check for is what is this it referring to? The only thing it could refer to would be bike. Okay. So they're comparing this bike to itself. Now that's something we have to check. Do we want to compare that bike to itself, or we want to compare it to a different bike? Because if we wanted to compare it to a different bike, we'll need to use that, right? Not it. Now here, Joe's bike is faster now than it was before. I think that makes sense because you're comparing the same bike in different times. Okay, so it's the same time, the same bike. Then he is referring to Joe's bike. That's wrong. All right, I'm gonna go over that in a little bit. Then you have it here. This it is referring to the same bike. If this it were okay, then it would need to refer to the same noun that this it is referring. Because remember, if you have two of the same pronouns inside the same sentence, they can only be referring to the same noun. Is this it referring to the same bike? Yes, it is. So these two its are fine. Now, what's wrong is he. Why is he wrong? He should be referring to Joe. Okay, do we have Joe in the sentence? We have Joe's bike. But this apostrophe S is what makes this a possessive noun, right? We don't have Joe. If I say, I broke Joe's bike, right? Let's say I take his bike and break it. Do I have Joe in the sentence? I didn't break Joe, right? I broke his bike. Joe is not there. We don't have Joe in that sentence. Therefore, he here is wrong. There is no Joe, okay? Those two its were okay and he was wrong. So that's how we analyze pronouns. Number 3, Ash's pets are faster and stronger than that of his rivals. We're talking about Pokemon here, right? So we have a comparison and we have that of. Okay, that's that of. What is this that of referring to? Apparently it's referring to pets, right? They're comparing Ash's Pokemons to the other guy's Pokemons or other people's Pokemons. Now the thing here is that pets is a plural. You want to make a copy of these pets? Yes, you do. What's the matter though? That of that is only for singulars. If you wanted to refer to plural noun, that would be those. Okay? So that is wrong because of number. You needed those, not that. Out. Number 4. The movie and its story was really good, but the food wasn't since it was too cold. Okay, we can spot a mistake here right away with the verb, right? It should be were, because this, when you have an and you're joining two nouns with an and, that's a plural. Okay, so that was is already wrong. But what about the pronouns? It, was too cold. Okay, and here we have its story. Its and its are almost the same thing, just its is a possessive. It is a personal pronoun object, or in this case subject. Okay, so its story, when they say its story, what are they referring to? The movie. So this it refers to the movie's story. Is this it referring to the movie? No, it's referring to what? To the food, right? The food was too cold, so that's wrong. They're using the same pronoun to refer to two different nouns, and that shouldn't be happening. Okay, so you can see the pronouns are kind of tricky, but if you check them all and you keep this system of elimination and analysis, you should do fine. Okay, now we're gonna go to the real exercises. Okay, so now we have the real GMAT exercises, and here you're gonna have 1 minute and 30 seconds as usual. Okay, and then we're gonna go over the answers together. So let's start. Okay, so now we're gonna go over the answers together, but don't forget to follow us in our social media, Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram, if you wanna have access to all of our different courses and all of our content. Okay, now let's start with this one. Vibranium extraction accounts for approximately 90% of the use of electricity in Wakanda, and the market for vibranium is increasing exponentially, much faster than it is for other major metals. Okay, this was a little tricky. This exercise is a little tricky. We have here it, right? Let's just identify the pronouns first. It. We have the second one, we don't have any pronouns. Number 3, we have it, to it. Letter D, we have, we don't have any pronouns. We do have one at the beginning. Letter E also here and here. Okay. Now let's see, the first one, I think the easiest one to eliminate would be C. Why? Because you have the market for it. Okay, for what? Now we have to go and read the beginning of the sentence to see which noun that it is referring to. Vibranium extraction accounts blah blah blah, use of electricity, you have extraction. Now this it, the market for what should it be? It should be the market for vibranium, right? But again, as we saw before, if we have the word science book, let's say, we are not talking about science, we're talking about the book, right? The book is the noun. We saw this in chapter number 4, modifiers, right? So in this case, science is just an adjective. We call that an appositive. The same thing happens here. Vibranium is an adjective. Extraction is a noun. So if I am going to use it here, that will refer only to extraction, not to vibranium. Well, to vibranium extraction, but vibranium is the adjective. It's not a noun. So it will refer to a noun. Extraction, because we know the pronouns only refer to nouns. So the market for extraction wouldn't make sense. That's out. Besides that, we also have another it here. Then it is for the market for extraction. That's nonsensical, so that's out. Okay. Now let's go and analyze letter A here. The market for vibranium, okay, now we're talking about the market for vibranium, is increasing exponentially much faster than it is for other major metals. So this it is referring to the market for vibranium. Okay, market for vibranium. Okay. What happens though is that, do we want to compare the market for vibranium, because this is a comparison, right, to the market for vibranium for other major metals? Does it make sense? No, we want to compare two different markets. Remember, if we want to compare two different things, then we will need to make a copy, make a clone out of it, right? So we would have something like that instead of it, because it is referring specifically to the market for vibranium. We don't need a market for vibranium here, we need another market. So this it is out. Let's see, D and E. Its market, again, its market is referring to extraction. Okay, not to vibranium, because vibranium is not a noun, it's an adjective. So this it's referred to extraction. That makes no sense because it's not the market for extraction. That's out, and the answer is B. Notice how the answer doesn't actually use a pronoun. That's like a giveaway, all right? If you have several things, several of the options using pronouns, and you see that one is not using it, most likely, most of the time, the one that is not using the pronoun is okay, because there will be problems with the pronouns. So in that case, just by noticing the letter B using the pronouns, we should be leaning towards it, okay? So now let's go to the next exercise, number 9. Okay, number 9 here. And don't forget that we are offering a free PDF with 100 free quality GMAT questions, okay? So if you want to get our PDF, just go to the link in the description below. Now let's go here to number 9. Again, you have 1 minute, 30 seconds to do this, and after that we're gonna go over the answers. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Alright, so now let me read this. While radio waves can hurt some humans, they are potentially deadly for birds, whose bone density is much lower than any mammal, providing less protection for avian soft tissue brains. Okay, so here we have several pronouns. They, it. Okay, then we have there, and there. Okay, and then we have an it here also. And they here. So we have underline all the pronouns we have here. Now, they versus it, that's the first thing we have to check for. Some of them refer to they are deadly or they kill birds, and some other ones say it is deadly, all right? So they versus it, that's pretty simple, right? They refers to a plural noun. It refers to a singular noun. So what do we want to refer to? What can kill the birds? Let's go to the previous section and we read. Well, radio waves can hurt humans actually. There is nothing, no nouns. There are no nouns that are singular. So in this case, the only possible pronoun we could use is they, okay? Besides, because of meaning, we know that they is referring to the waves. The waves are the ones that can kill the birds. So it is out. Okay, these two are out. So we stay with A, B, and C. Now, they, in letter B, we have two theys, right? They and their. They are the same pronoun actually, so we have to make sure they're referring to the same noun. So they can potentially kill birds, we already said. They is referring to the waves. In that, this one should refer to the waves also if it's fine. In that the waves, bone density, it makes no sense. It's not the bone density of the waves, it's the bone density of birds. So this there is wrong. Why? Because they already use they to refer to the waves. So anytime they use they or their or them in that option, they should always be referring to the same noun. Out. Same thing happens here in letter C. They are using the same pronoun to refer to two different nouns. Out. Letter A is our answer. Okay, pretty simple. Pretty simple. Okay, so we just finished a very important chapter, okay? Pronouns. And here I'm going to give you a tip I give to my private students, which works for them. Now, the problem with pronouns, the theory, as you have seen, is not difficult. What's difficult is for you to identify the pronouns. So what happens is most people read the sentence and they ignore the pronouns. They just skip over them. You shouldn't do that. You should treat these pronouns as keywords. Whenever you find one of these pronouns, you have to practice in such a way that you stop and then you apply all this theory, okay? Because if you just skip them, if you just ignore them, then you will never get the chance to apply the theory, and then that's not good, okay? You're gonna get that answer wrong. So just a quick reminder, if you like this course and want to keep on receiving content like this one, just subscribe to the channel, click on the notification bell, and make sure to follow us in our social media, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Okay, now we're gonna move over to another theory. And this theory is one of the trickiest, one of the hardest in the whole sentence correction. We're referring to parallelism. Okay, so now we're doing chapter number 6, parallelism. So what is parallelism? Parallelism is a kind of complex theory, okay? Basically, parallelism tells you that whenever you have some marker, okay, or you have to see a parallel marker, then you have to make parts of a speech equivalent, parallel, in structure and logic, okay? This might sound a little bit weird, but then we're gonna say this. Letter A, Bro bought a house and a car. Here, our parallel marker would be the word and. And is trying to relate two things or more, right? So and is a parallel marker. Now, those things that are inside the list need to have or need to be equivalent in structure and logic. That's the thing. They need to be similar, these parts of speech. So in this case, bought a house and a car. To the right, I have car. That's the second element of the list. To the left, I have a house, which is the first element of the list. They need to be structurally similar and also similar in logic. Now, a house is a noun. A car is a noun. So far, that's fine because the structure, one part of the speech is a noun, right? So both of them are nouns. And logically, are they similar? Yeah, because those two are things you can purchase. So in that case, this sentence is fine. You have robot, noun, and those two nouns make sense. Those are things that could be bought. Then we come to letter B, right? Mary likes to read and to sing. Okay, we have and, again, our marker. There are other markers, by the way. We're going to go over them later on. But for the time being, we have the word and. So what are the two things in this case that are getting listed? We have to sing and we have to read. Those two are what we call structurally infinitives. Infinitives, okay? So structurally, they have some structure, so that's fine. Now, logically, those two are actions, and those two are actions that Mary could like. So that's fine also. That makes sense. So far, letter B is fine. Now, let's see this one, letter C. Joe enjoys watching movies and to listen to heavy metal. Okay, that kind of makes sense. But let's analyze it. We have and here. To the right, we have to listen. To listen is an infinitive. To the left, the first element of the list is watching movies. Now, watching movies is not an infinitive because the infinitive would be to watch. This watching movies is what we call a gerund, ing, okay, as a noun. So in this case, the structure is wrong. This parallelism here is wrong because you're listing two things and those two things are not in the same structure. And letter D. In the zoo, I saw a lion, a tiger, and a lot of happiness. Okay, we have a list. We have a list of three things. Lion, tiger, and a lot of happiness. Okay, lion is a noun. tiger is a noun, happiness is a noun. So structurally, they are all the same. So that's fine. But if we're going to review the logic, we're going to analyze it. Lion is an animal, tiger is an animal, happiness is not an animal. So happiness seems out of place in this list. So happiness makes no sense, and letter D is wrong because of that. Okay, so that's how we analyze parallelism. Now, as we've told you before, the most important thing for you is to be able to identify your parallel marker. So which word will trigger the parallelism? Actually, we've been working here with the word and. Okay, and. But that's not the only parallel marker. Let's go. So right now we're going to talk about structures of speech. Now, so far we've seen that when you have parallel marker, you need to make those things that are in the list similar in structure, right? What structure can you have? You can have several structures. So far we've gone over the noun, right? We can have infinitives, we can have gerunds, we can have several things. So for example here, bro bought a house and a car, we have two nouns. So and the noun is one type of structure. Mary likes to read and to sing, we have infinitives, right? Infinitive is another type of structure. Joe enjoys watching movies and listening to heavy metal. Gerunds. So the gerund, the ing, is another type of structure. So those two are in the same structure. Bro wants to go home because he's tired and because his show is about to start. Now, this is something you should already know. If you don't know what this is, go to chapter number 2. Okay, just go and review the chapter number 2, when we talk about subjects and verbs. And we mentioned that there are two types of clauses. One is a main clause in which you have the subject plus the verb. The other one is the subordinated clause in which you have a subordinator plus a subject plus a verb. Okay, now this one here, because he's tired, because it's a subordinator. So those two, because he's tired and because his show is about to start, are subordinated clauses. So a subordinated clause is another type of structure. Okay, so those two are parallel. Letter E. I don't know whether the phone is on the table or in the drawer. In this case, we have or. Or is another type of parallel marker. Okay, so far we have two. We know two. We know and we also know or. Those two are markers. So what do we have here? We have a list between in the drawer and on the table. Those two are prepositional phrases. Prepositional phrases. So that's the same structure. So far we've gone over some structures. The noun, the infinitive, the gerund, ing, the subordinated clauses, and the prepositional phrases. There are more and you need to get acquainted with them. And now this is very important. We're going to go over the parallel markers. So far we've mentioned that you only apply parallelism whenever you see a marker. Right now we have two markers. We know two markers, and or. But now we can add more markers here, coordinators, and, but, or yet. Those are markers, okay, called coordinators. They belong to the list of coordinators. So for example, Joe went to the party, yet he didn't have fun. So here you are making parallelism between what? What do you think that is being made parallel in this case? What structures? If you said main clauses, that's fine. These are two main clauses. Main clause to the right, main clause to the left. So that's fine. Okay, and it also makes sense, of course, because you have to see two things. You have to check for two things when you are checking for parallelism. You have to check for the structure, and you also have to check for the meaning, the logic. Okay. Letter B. Mary will choose a dog or a cat as a pet. So we have or. To the right we have cat. To the left we have dog. Those two are what? Those two are nouns. Okay, so that's parallel also. Letter C. No one but bro knows where the treasure is located. So what do we have here? We have the marker but. To the right we have bro. To the left we have no one. So what are those two things? Actually, this one is a pronoun. This one is a noun. Now, for you to know a pronoun, we've already gone over pronouns. A pronoun does what? A pronoun replaces a noun, right? So kind of you can interpret it as like the pronoun is also a noun because it is replacing, it is representing a noun. So a noun and a pronoun would be parallel, yes, and that's fine. Why? Because a pronoun kind of stands for a noun, right? So those are some examples on how to use coordinators as parallel markers. Then we have here other types of parallel markers. This is very important because the GMAT will use it a lot. The correlative idioms, okay? We have here some examples. Both x and y, between x and y, neither x nor y, either x or y. Okay, so these correlatives basically are idioms also. So whenever you see both, that means because it is an idiom, you need to have the word and. And then whatever is between both and will be one piece of the structure of the parallel thing, right, of the parallelism. And then you have here to the right another thing. So you need to make this x and this y parallel. The same thing with between. When you have between, you need to have an and whatever is between and, which is x, needs to be parallel to whatever comes after and. Okay, this is very simple. Usually you'll find these correlative idioms on easy questions. So let's check letter A. Joe is both a funny and a respectful guy. So here you have both and. Whatever is between both and is x. In this case, funny would be what? It's an adjective. Respectful. And then you have guy. Guy is kind of factorized, okay? So this is y and this is an adjective. Does it make sense? Yeah. Are they parallel? Yes, because you have two adjectives, funny and respectful, so that's fine. Okay? Letter B. Mary is undecided in choosing between a dog and a cat. Between and. So whatever you have in the middle here, a dog will be parallel to whatever is after and a cat. Those two are nouns, so that's fine. And they both have articles, which makes them nouns plus or an article plus a noun, so that works. Okay, that's fine. Letter here should be letter C. Letter C. Bro will attend college this semester, either in person or online. So you have either or. That's your correlative. Whatever is between either and or would be x. Whatever's to the right would be y. In this case, we have in person and online. Online and in person are both prepositional phrases. Okay, so in this case, that's fine also. So all of these examples show you how to use these correlative idioms. So here we have our problem set for parallelism. Okay, now you're gonna get 30 seconds to go over these ones, and then we're gonna go over the answers together. Okay, so let's start right now. Perfect. So now we're going to go over the first one. The singer performed both in New York and Paris. So here, what type of correlative or marker you have? You have a correlative, right? What is a correlative you have? You have both something and y. Okay. Now, let's be careful here. You have, what is x? In New York. The word in is a preposition. In is a preposition. Whenever you have a preposition plus a noun, that becomes a prepositional phrase. That's the structure, right? So x is a prepositional phrase. Y is not a prepositional phrase. Y is only a noun. So in this case, this parallelism is wrong, okay? Because you have one prepositional phrase and you're trying to make that parallel to a noun. That's not parallel. So you see how tricky this could be. Now, what would be right? What would work would be to take this in and factorize it before both. So you can see the singer performed in both New York and Paris. That would be fine because you have two nouns in there, okay? So let's be careful with this one. Number 2. People aren't really sure about the consequences of their actions or believing in a higher entity. The first thing you need to do is to identify your marker. Which one is your marker in this case? What is your marker? Tell me again in the comments below. Okay, your marker here is or. Okay, or. Now to the right, what do you have? You have an ing, believe in that. That sounds like a gerund, right? An ing. Do you have a gerund to the left? Now I'm not sure about the consequences or believing. Okay, it sounds like it's the consequences, right? So they're not sure about two things. Number one, the consequences, or they're not sure about believing in hard entity. What's the problem though? This is a noun, right? This is a normal noun. This is not an ing. So you cannot make a gerund, simple gerund like this one, parallel to a noun. So in that case, that's how to. Okay, that's not parallel. Number 3 here. Let me erase that one. Okay. So in Call of Duty games, you get to shoot a lot of bad guys and also have opportunity to make new friends. Do you think this is fine or this is incorrect? What do you think? Okay, I think this one is fine. Okay, you have here your marker and to the right you have this is a verb. Okay, have. Now also it's using adverb, so it doesn't really count. You just have have. And to the left you get shoot. You get to shoot. So it sounds to me like they're factorizing you get. So you get number 1 to shoot a lot of bad guys, and number 2 you get to have the opportunity to make new friends. Okay, that could work. That's one interpretation. The other interpretation would be that you are making have parallel to get. So in Call of Duty games you have two things. Number 1, you get to shoot a lot of bad guys, and number 2, you have the opportunity to make new friends. Both of them work, both of them make sense. All right, so in this case that would be fine. Number 4, Spidey was worried because this dude took his place and his aunt was about to discover his secret identity. Okay, so that's a problem that Spider-Man had. Okay, now you have aunt, that's your marker. What do you have to the right? Tell me, what do you have to the right? If you said that you had a noun to the right, that's incorrect. You don't have a noun. What do you have to the right? What's the structure here called? The structure here is a main clause. Why? Because we have a subject, the aunt, and you have a verb, was. So that when you have a subject plus a verb, that immediately becomes a clause, a main clause in this case. Okay, you are making that clause parallel to another main clause. What main clause do you have to the left? Spidey was worried. So you have two things. Spidey was worried, number 1, and number 2, his son was about to discover. But I think that's not the meaning they want to give you. I think what they're trying to say is that Spider-Man was worried about two things. Number 1, he was worried, number 1, because of this, and number 2, because of this. What's the matter though? The matter is that this is a main clause to the right, right? Why? Because you don't have a subordinator here. To the left, this one is a subordinated clause. You have a subordinator because subject be noun, verb took. So in this case, that's wrong. Okay, why? Because you will need a subordinator here. So you should have, this sentence would have been correct if they had Spidey was worried because blah 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 and because his aunt was about to discover. Something like that. Okay? So a subordinated clause will be only parallel to another subordinated clause. So now we're going to go and check some real exercises. Let's start here with number 10. Okay, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to do this. Okay, try to do it in under the time limit, and then we're going to go over the answers. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Perfect, so now we're gonna go over the answers, but before that, remember to subscribe to this channel if you want to receive all our content, okay? And also click on the notification bell. Don't you dare to forget about this. And then also, remember that we're offering a free PDF file, so I'm pretty sure you're gonna need a lot of exercises, a lot of material to practice with. So just go to the description below and click on the link to get your free PDF, okay? Now that free PDF also has video explanations, so I've been told that people like that when I explain things on video rather than just reading things. So that's why I did it, okay? So now let's start with this exercise here. Dr. Stephen Strange's broad expertise in the fields of neurology, cardiology, and that of surgery were essential in his development as the best medical practitioner in New York, shaping his surgical prowess as much as the foundation of his medical practice. Okay, again, we're talking about Dr. Strange. I don't know why. So here we have a definite split to begin with. Some of them start with that, some other ones start with surgery. Okay. Now we have a parallelism here, and okay, we have parallelism here, and let's check the list. So this list will be, you have neurology, first element. Number 2, cardiology, number 2, and number 3 should be something similar to this in meaning, right? These are fields in medicine, so this number 3 should also be a field, a specialty in medicine. Now, that of surgery, what is that referring to? I think this that is the that sounds weird, right? That. All right, the that we use in order to make a clone, or that we use in order to make a copy that we saw in the lesson for pronouns, right? Now, what are we making a copy of here? I think that's very unclear as far as what that is copying, okay? So this that is not good. Now, surgery is good enough. Why? Because surgery is one type, one field in medicine, right? One specialty medicine. So that's fine. We only need surgery here, nothing else. So we stay with the last 3. Okay, then we have another split, was and where. Now, what are they talking about? Plural or singular? Let's see. Stephen Strange's broad expertise in blah, 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 blah. Actually, the subject is expertise. Okay, it's expertise. It's not the fields. Why? Because the fields are inside a modifier. This prepositional phrase in the field, that's a modifier. Remember that we talked about in chapter 2 when I have, for example, the house of the dogs is. Why is? Because my subject is the house, not the dogs. The dogs is just only part of a modifier. So same way here, the subject is expertise. So in this case, the singular was, and my answer is C. Okay, pretty simple so far. Okay, pretty simple. So now let's go and try another exercise. Number 11. You have 1 minute, 30 seconds to do it, and then I'm gonna give you the answer. Perfect, so now we're gonna go over the answers. But before that, don't forget to follow us in our social media, okay? TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook, okay? We're gonna be releasing a lot of exclusive content on those social media, so just go and follow us there. If you like this video, also give us a like and leave a comment. And if you share this with your friends, I'm pretty sure they will thank you a lot. They will be very grateful to you because this is the best course on the internet, okay? Hands down. So now let's go here to the answer. Let's first read the question. In 2020, Klaus Schwab published the book The Great Reset, asking in a work for governments to become larger and more omnipresent, and for structural changes in the constitutional conception of human rights. Oh my God. Okay, so here we have a definite split also, asking blah blah blah, or a work something, okay? Now, something we have already seen in chapter, I think it was number 5, modifiers, right? The chapter that we in which we saw modifiers is that there was something called the appositive. Okay, the appositive here. So this a work is a modifier for this book, The Great Reset. Okay. Now, if you use asking, that's a comma ing. Comma ing is usually used for the author to give explanation or to give a consequence of an action. So now, if we use asking, we'll be giving a consequence of publish or an explanation of publish. Now, does asking in a work for governments is an explanation on how this guy published his book? I don't think so. Is it a consequence of the publishing of the book? I don't think so. So I believe that doesn't work. Okay, so that's out. Makes no sense. Now, is the book a work that blah, blah, blah? Yes, I think that's the definition. That's the description of the book. The Great Reset is a book that does this. Something like that. Okay? So, the book advocates. Can the book advocate? Yes, a book can advocate. Well, I mean, the text in the book can advocate for something. Okay? You can argue inside the book for something. So, that's fine. Now, something else we have to notice. So far, we have 3 answer choices we're working with. Is that at the end we have an and. And, of course, is a parallel marker, okay, parallelism. To the right of and, we have for, blah, 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 so that's a prepositional phrase. For plus a noun. For is a preposition, so that's a prepositional phrase. Which means that we have to make that parallel for structural changes, blah, 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 parallel to another prepositional phrase to the left. So in this case, let's see what options we have. Let me erase this thing here. And we're gonna go. Okay, here we have a work that advocates. Okay, we don't see any prepositional phrase here. That is not a preposition. A work asking blah 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 blah. No prepositional phrase again. Now letter E. A work that advocated for blah 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 and for that's the one because here we have prepositional phrase for. So you have a work that advocated number 1 for this government and number 2 for changes. So that's the answer. You see? So that's how we do the parallelism. And now also something impressive, right? Because we are consolidating, we're combining, we're using all the different tools we already have, we already gained during this whole course. So we are doing some modifiers, we could be doing pronouns, etc. All the tools we already learned. So that's what sentence correction is about. You need to mix all these concepts in order to get the right answer. So yes, that's right. That's what sentence correction is about. For you to implement and to apply all the theory we have covered, all the theory we have taught you, okay? That's the trick about sentence correction. It's not one isolated part. You need to read the question or read the sentence, identify the keywords, and choose your theory. Usually, every single sentence is going to contain more than one topic. So you need to apply different theories that you have learned here, okay? That's a trick. In order to get good at it, you need to practice a lot. And what better way to practice than downloading our free PDF Liberty Challenge Volume 1, which contains 100 free GMAT exercises with video explanations. Okay, now let's move over to another topic that is very related to parallelism. We are, of course, referring to comparisons. Okay, perfect. So now we're going to start with the lesson for comparisons. Okay, the chapter for comparisons, chapter number 7. Now, what is a comparison marker? The first thing we have to understand here is that comparisons are part of parallelism because they are a parallel marker. Okay, a comparison marker will always be a parallel marker, and you will need to apply parallelism. Now what makes them different though is that you are comparing only two things. And there are other certain rules about comparisons. So let's read this. A comparison marker is a type of parallelism marker used to compare two parts of speech. Only two things get compared. It's a little different, for example, than and, right? Because with and you could have a list of more than two things. Now, common markers include like, as, unlike, besides, aside from, other than, exceed, surpass. Some verbs. Exceed and surpass are verbs. And they are verbs that function as a comparison marker. As, something as, this one is very important. Whenever you have as, something, as much as many as, something like that. The ones that end with er plus than, right? The ones that end with er, better, shorter, taller, those kind of things. Those are very common comparison markers. So let's see here how we apply the comparisons. Let's read letter A. Like bro, Joe wants to ace the GMAT. So in this case, like, what like is doing is we are comparing two nouns with like. Noun here that is isolated with like, with a comma, right? So this is the first noun we're comparing. And to whatever noun it touches. So in this case, we have Joe. We're comparing bro and Joe, and both of them want to do something. That's fine. Comparison between two people. Letter B. Mary wants to travel as much as you do. Okay, so we have our comparison marker as much as. To the right, we have you do, that's a main clause. To the left, we have Mary wants to travel, that's a main clause also. That's fine, it's fully understandable. We understand that she wants to travel and you also want to travel, right? So those are two main clauses, that's fine. We're gonna see later on that there could be some exceptions to the parallelism when you are dealing with comparisons. Letter C. For you, it is better to stay than to go. Okay, so we have here than. Okay, to stay than to go. Two infinitives. By this time, now we are some hours into the full course of sentence correction. You should already be acquainted with infinitives. So whenever you see to stay and to go, it should already be clear to you that you have or you're facing an infinitive. Okay. Letter D. The speed at which Tony was traveling exceeds that of an airplane. We're talking about Iron Man, of course, okay? So exceeds. Exceeds is the verb. That's a comparison marker. To the right, you have that of an airplane. So you're comparing it to that. That is a clone, right? We've talked about this in the lesson for pronouns. So it's copying something. Probably it's copying the speed. So the speed at which Tony was traveling exceeds. Exceeds is a verb. Subject speed to another speed from the airplane. So that's fine because you're comparing two different types of speed. So this is what comparisons are about. Now we're going to go into some more detailed theory. So the first theory we're going to see is like versus as. Okay, use like to compare nouns and as to compare clauses. That's something very basic. Okay, so when I have like, I'm comparing two nouns. That whatever has to be isolated. For example, we have like noun here. It has to be only a noun. I mean, it could be a noun with modifiers, but it cannot be a clause. So it will be compared to the subject of the following clause. Okay, so we're comparing two nouns. If we have as, we want to have a clause, comma, another clause, something like that. So we want to compare two clauses. Example, letter A, like bro, Joe enjoys playing video games. That's fine. Why? Because we have like, whatever gets isolated with the comma to the left with like is a noun. Bro is only a noun and we're comparing that noun to Joe. That's fine. Good. So it's understandable. It's clear. Of course, we have to make the match. We have to make sure our comparison is logical. In this case, it is logical because we're comparing two people. Okay, two people. That makes sense. Letter B. Like that of Mozart, the music of Drake is magnificent. Okay, so we have that of Mozart. We have a noun. Yes, we have a pronoun actually. A pronoun, remember we've mentioned this before, represents or stands for a noun. So basically a pronoun is like a noun because it will represent a noun. So in this case, that of. Now we have to just, in order to check the logic, we're comparing that of Mozart to the music of Drake. We have to make sure to get the reference for that. That is probably the music, right? But we're cloning that music. We are not talking about the same music. we're talking about two different musics. So one is the music of Mozart, the other one is the music of Drake. We're comparing those two musics, that's fine, okay? So let's go now to see here. Like Mary does, Agatha also wants to travel. Now, this one's wrong. Why? Because of what we mentioned before. If you have like and you want to use it to compare, you cannot compare clauses. Mary does, that's a clause. So you cannot isolate a clause with like. That's wrong. Okay, it should have been like Mary only, not does. This one would be D. Okay, as you do, I also want to study for the GMAT. That's fine. Why? Because when you have as, then if you want to compare, you are supposed to use clauses. So you have here you do, that's a clause, and you're comparing this clause to the other clause. I also want to study for the GMAT. It's very similar to like, but the grammar is different because you need to use clauses. So that one's fine. And the last one, which was letter E, as you, I also want to study for, that's wrong, okay? Because if your idea is to use as to set a comparison, you need a clause. Here we're only giving this, we're putting this noun. This is a subject, right? A noun. Not a subject actually, but just a noun. In this case, that's not a clause, so you cannot set a comparison, okay? That as would take a different meaning. So in this case, that's wrong. So letter C and letter E were wrong. The other three were fine. So what you have to get from here is that if you use like to compare, you have to compare two nouns. Whatever gets isolated with like has to be a noun. It could be a noun with modifiers, but it cannot be a clause. On the other hand, if you compare with as, you need to compare clauses. Now let's go here to the next theory, comparative adjectives. A comparative adjective is a word that ends with ER, usually ends with ER. Okay, better, let's say, taller, faster, those kind of things. Okay, then to this list you will also add more. These are irregular comparatives, and less. Those are also in the same list. Okay, the theory tells you, this is very simple. Whenever you use any of this, of course you're comparing something, you have to apply the theory for comparisons, parallelism, but then you also need to have a than. Okay, if you say better, taller, faster, you need a than. If you don't have a than, then that would be wrong. Okay, that's very simple. Let's go here to A. There are more cars now. If you just say that sounds good. If you're gonna apply your hearing, that sounds good. What's the matter though? There are more cars now than what? Than before? Than yesterday? Than in the other city? We don't know. So that comparison is kind of implicit or implied, and we don't like that, okay? Because it's not clear. There are tons of interpretations you could have from here. More than what, right? So that's out. You need a than. There are more cars now than, and then you need to specify what you're comparing it with. Letter B. Joe's party was better as the party of Mike. Okay, sometimes they're going to try to confuse you. Instead of than, they're going to say something like as. That's wrong, because better doesn't take as. Better needs a than, not an as, so that's wrong. Letter C. People believe more in ghosts rather than in the Holy Spirit. There is a problem here. They're adding rather than. When you say more, you need a than. You don't need a rather than. Rather than is a different thing, okay? So rather than is, that rather is not good in that. You just need a than. So that's out. Letter D, the overhand is more powerful than a jab. Okay, here you have than, here you have more. More powerful than the overhand, being more powerful than a jab, that's fine. That's good because you have more and then you have than, and then you have a good comparison. You're setting a good comparison here with letter D. So that's fine. So, easy theory. Whenever you use one of these comparatives, you must have the word than in order to finish the comparison. So now we're going to start the problem set. This has been a very concise but very to the point, direct theory for comparisons. Okay, you're going to get 30 seconds to do this on your own, and then we're going to go to the answers. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, 30 seconds, let's go. Okay, so now we're gonna go over the problem set, the answers to the problem set, but before that, don't forget to follow us in our different social media. We are releasing exclusive content. We are releasing exclusive content on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Okay, so now let's go over this problem set to apply our knowledge, our newly acquired knowledge for comparisons. Number one, the rules for the competition this year are more rigorous than last year. Rules for the competition this year are more rigorous than last year. So here we have a comparison, more rigorous, right? Than you have on one side last year. On the other side, what do you have? The rules for the competition this year. But what is linked to more rigorous? More rigorous is linked with a verb, right? Are. And what are more rigorous? This year are more rigorous? No. The rules are more rigorous. So the rules are, remember we went over chapter number 2. We went over this concept of modifiers. We mentioned modifiers apply to verbs. We mentioned that whatever is inside a modifier cannot be a subject. So for the competition in this case, for the competition this year, is just a fluff, right? Blah, blah, blah. That's just a modifier. So you could actually simplify this sentence by saying the rules are more rigorous than last year. That's not appropriate. Why? Because the rules are more rigorous than, you cannot compare rules on one side to a year. You have to compare rules from one year to the rules of another year. So here we need something, most likely, all right? We need something like the rules from last year or those of last year, okay? Because if you check it out right now, the comparison is kind of illogical. We cannot compare rules to a year. You have to compare rules to rules, okay? So number one, there is a mistake in there. Number two, unlike Iron Man, who is a multimillionaire, Spidey is broke and therefore has to make ends meet in different ways. Okay, so here we have unlike. Unlike is very similar to like. The same theory applies. So you have to compare, kind of contrast in this case, nouns. On one side you have Iron Man. That's a noun that is getting isolated. Now, a lot of people would say right after the comma you have who, and who is not a noun. That's right. But when you have commas like this, when you have one modifier that is getting isolated with commas, what happens is that's an indication that this modifier is non-essential, which basically means that modifier doesn't get in the way. So this modifier here is nicely isolated with commas. Basically, we can just remove it. Okay, we remove it, and what we are left with would be, unlike Iron Man, Spidey is broke. So we're comparing Iron Man to Spidey. Those two are nouns. Those two are people. Well, kind of people, right? Superheroes, whatever. Those are people, and that's fine. Okay, so number one had a mistake. Number two is okay because we're comparing Iron Man to Spider. Remember, when you have modifiers within commas, you could just remove them mentally. Number three, the paws of the dog, like a cat, leave a very characteristic paw print. All right, what happens in here? The paws of the dog, like a cat. In this case, you have like a cat. This is a noun that you are comparing to something else. That's a noun, so that's fine. That's the first requirement of like, right? We use like to compare nouns only. Now, what are you comparing it with? Whenever like is here in the middle or at the end, we're comparing this like to the subject. So in this case, we have the paws of the dog. Now, just applying parallelism, meaning, right? The paws of the dog can be comparable to a cat. No, right? The dog can be comparable to a cat, but not the paws. So that's wrong. We're comparing the paws of the dog to the cat. We need the paws of the dog to the paws of the cat. That's what we need. So this one's out. Number four, Master Chief has as many ribbons in the Navy than any other legendary Spartan. Okay, the Spartans are from the Halo game, right? So in this case, what happens here? You have a than. Okay, you have to ask yourself, usually when you see a than, that's an indication that you are comparing using a comparative. So using one of those ERs or the word more or the word less, right? Here you have another type of comparison. You have as many blah blah blah. So here you have another idiom for to compare. You have as something as. You need to close it with another as, not with a than. So this than is wrong, and you need to have an as here. Okay, so that's been the problem set. I know you've learned a lot of theory here. So now let's go and apply this to real, actual exercises. So here we have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Again, that's the official, not the official time, but the recommended time for sentence correction. And I know you can do this, okay? So just take 1 minute and 30 seconds, and then we're gonna go over the answers. All right, so here we have like the recognition given to the Lennons and McCartneys. Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are often put in the same pedestal that distorts the boundary between the artist and the average human being. Okay, that's good. So in this case, we are starting with a like. Okay, like, it says like. And then we have to make sure, because of the theory, that if we are comparing something with like, this something has to be only a noun. Noun plus modifiers or whatever, but noun. It cannot be but only a noun. It cannot be a clause, okay? You have the recognition given to the Lennons and McCartneys, okay? That's the noun you want to compare, the recognition. The recognition. Cognition. Given to the blah, 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 that's a modifier. So yeah, that's fine, that's a noun. Then on the other side, you have Mick Jagger and Keith Richards. Mick Jagger and Richards. Keith Richards. Okay, so in this case, that's wrong. Why is that wrong? Tell me why that's wrong. I hope you really identify the mistake, because this is very easy, right? Why? Because the recognition, it's a noun. Mick Jagger and Keith Richards, those are nouns too. The problem is, it doesn't make sense. You're comparing people to the recognition. So that's out. Totally out. Okay? Now, let's go here to the ones that have like that, let us see, like that given to the Lennons and McCartneys, Mick Jagger and Richards. Again, then you have that. That is a copy or a clone. Let's call them a clone, right? For something, it's not clear what it's referring to. If you check for reference here in the sentence, it's kind of difficult to identify the reference. But also, we could just eliminate it right away. Why? Because that will always be cloning a thing. We never use that to clone or copy people, right? Just as we never use it to refer to people. Okay, so that is only for things. And Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are people, so whatever is here, whatever is the referent for that, if there is a referent, will be a thing. And here we need people in order to compare it to Jagger and Richards. So that's out. Let's check the last one, E, like the Lennons and McCartneys. Okay, this one's much better. This one's actually the answer, okay? Like people, comma, the other people, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. Now let's check the ones that start with as. Let's see this one. As the Lennons and McCartneys, semicolon, recognition, that's wrong, okay? We mentioned when we have like, we want to isolate it with a comma. A semicolon is totally different. It's a different animal, okay? Semicolon has a different theory. A semicolon, it's stronger. It's like a period almost, Okay, it's equivalent of a period. So in this case, that's wrong. Semicolons don't give you a relationship between these two clauses with as or like. Okay, the same thing with as, right? So when we have as, we're joining two clauses. We have as, clause, we need a comma, clause. Okay, we don't need a semicolon. Semicolon is different. Now let's go to letter D. As it is of the Lennons and McCartneys. Now, there's a problem with the referent here. Okay, why? Because the lesson for pronouns, we mentioned that whenever we have a pronoun, we must have a referent. What is the referent for that it? There is none, so that's out. Okay, so at the end, we're left with E. That's your answer. Pretty simple. Okay, now let's go to the next one. 1 minute and 30 seconds. This one's a little bit more difficult. Okay, but still you can do it. I know you can do it. I believe in you. Okay, so take 1 minute and 30 seconds, and then we're going to go over the answers together. Okay, so now you've had the opportunity to finish this, to get to the answer. What is your answer? Did you find your answer? Did you get to the answer or not? This one's a little bit more tricky, okay? Remember something. The first thing we have to know, we mentioned this in the problem set. Unlike, it has a different meaning than like, in that like is a comparison, a positive comparison. Unlike is kind of like a contrast, okay? But theoretically or grammatically, they have the same development. So you do the same thing with like as with unlike, okay? The meaning is different, but the grammar is the same. Now, you have here letter A, unlike most cities. Okay, so you have most cities in the word cities. That's that noun you are comparing. Then you have a modifier within commas, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't matter. So we could mentally just remove that one, right? Because that's a non-essential modifier. By this time, you should already know that also. And then you have Central Park. Can we compare most cities to Central Park? What do you think? No, right? We compare city to city, not to Central Park. So that's out. Okay, let's go here to B. Unlike parks and downtown plazas. Okay, we're comparing parks with plazas, okay? Which, blah, blah, this whole thing is a non-essential modifier, which, blah, blah, blah. In New York, Central Park. Okay, that's wrong. Why? Because after that comma, okay, we are isolating this thing, but the rule tells you that you should have a noun here. In New York. Is that a noun? What type of structure is this? We went over this in the lesson for parallelism. That's called a prepositional phrase. That's not a noun. Okay, so that's not even a noun. So we cannot compare parks and plazas to a prepositional phrase. That's how. Letter C. Today, parks and downtown plazas in most cities in the world are no longer the center, blah, blah, blah. Unlike New York. Okay, we're comparing New York. To what? We mentioned that whenever unlike is in the middle of a sentence, we are comparing it to the subject. So, today, parks and plazas, what's the subject here? Parks and plazas. That's the subject, and we're comparing that to New York, out. Because it makes no sense, right? So we're left with these two. If you notice the last two, they are not setting a comparison. They are no longer comparing. Now let's go and check the differences between these two, and then because of meaning, the answer would be letter E. Now why? Why is that? Just take a time to think about it, okay? The meaning is different, definitely different. Now if you remember the chart we mentioned in the introduction, right? On the introduction we had a chart in which we saw the steps of elimination. That's essential. You have to have that down. Now, one of the steps tells you after you've checked grammar, after you've checked that this whole thing makes sense, right? Both of them make sense, yes. You have to choose the one that has the most similar story to what? To the original story, right? So the original is letter A. Now, whatever preserves the meaning the best will be the answer here. And we see that the stories are different. So we have to choose the one that has the most similar story to the original one. And guess what? Letter D eliminates the no longer thing. And of course, that no longer adds a lot to the sentence, okay? Because it's a totally different story, okay? Just read it. And then letter A had no longer, right? No longer, so we have to stay with letter A. Okay, pretty simple if you know how to apply your theory. Okay, if you follow the steps, you have to follow the steps here. So that's being it with comparisons. So that was comparisons. Okay, comparisons. Remember two things that I tell my students all the time. The first one is that comparisons is part of parallelism. It's the same thing. It's just like a subtopic. Okay, you don't have to see them as two different things. It's the same thing. It's just with a little bit more details. And number two, the most important thing about comparisons, you need to compare things that are similar in meaning, okay? You cannot compare apples and oranges. Well, actually in the GMAT you can, right? Because those are two types of fruit. But you understand what I'm saying, right? You cannot compare things that are different in content. So the things you compare have to be similar, logically similar, and then you'll be safe, okay? Now we're gonna move to another theory, next theory, chapter number 8, connectors. Now we're going to start chapter number 8, connection. Okay, connection is a very short theory, but it's very important. Now, what is a connector? A connector is a word or punctuation sign that is necessary in order to join clauses. Okay, so when you have clauses, basically, two main clauses like this one. So Joe wants to eat. He is hungry. You need to connect them somehow. You cannot have main clause and main clause together without a connection. So a comma is not a connector, Therefore, this sentence here, this whole thing here is wrong, okay? We need something to connect both clauses. So we have some options. We have coordinators, fanboys. We have the subordinators, right? We've gone over them in chapter number 2. And we also have punctuation marks, especially the semicolon. So, for example, if I would take here, instead of a comma, a semicolon, then this would be right, because a semicolon is strong enough to join two main clauses, okay? Also, if instead of a comma I have comma and, that would also be a connector, because you have an and in there. And is a coordinator, so coordinators are connectors. Or if you have any other thing, like for example, because, right? Joe wants to eat because he's hungry. That's also fine. So coordinators, subordinators, and punctuation marks are connectors. But the important thing, whenever you have two clauses, you need to connect them. Now, what is the difference between a coordinator and a subordinator? Okay, they are not the same. There is a very, very strong difference in meaning. So a coordinator joins two main clauses of equal importance, whereas a subordinator turns one of the clauses into a modifier of the other one. And of course, when you turn it into a modifier, you make it less important. Let's see the examples here. Joe wants to play, comma, but he is tired. That's example number 1. Example number 2, although Joe wants to play, he is tired. So the meaning here is very similar in both sentences, okay? However, there is a difference. Why? Because when you are coordinating with but, what you're saying is you have two main clauses. So these two parts are of equal importance. So both of them are relevant to the story. However, when you are subordinating something, whatever clause gets subordinated, which is this one ends up being the subordinated clause, is less important than the main clause. In this case, the main clause, he's tired, is the central part of the story, and although Joe wants to play, it's just it's a modifier. It's additional information. Okay, so that's the difference, and that's very important when you are going to consider or when you are going to analyze the meaning. So that was very short and simple. Now we have here the problem set. You're gonna get 30 seconds to do this, and then we're gonna go over the answer choices together. So take your time to do this. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Nice. So the problem set here, number 1, Seinfeld is a show about nothing. People still remember it to this day. What's a mistake? Very basic mistake. How many clauses you have? Subject Seinfeld. Verb is, that's one clause. Clause number 1. People, subject, remember, verb, clause number 2. So here you have 2 clauses. Okay, if you have 2 main clauses, what do you need to do? You need to add a connector. You need to connect them. A comma is not enough, so that's out. Okay, so there is a problem with connection on that one. Let's go to number 2 now. Joe has several things to do. However, he doesn't really have the time. Okay. Now, the important thing here is to notice, is the word however a connector or not? It kind of gives you a meaning, right, of contrast, but it's not a connector, okay? It's not a subordinator, it's not a coordinator. Therefore, even though the word however gives you meaning, it's not a connector. And then you also have commas. Commas are not connectors, so you get no connection here. And you needed one connection because you have 2 clauses, right? Joe has clause number 1. He doesn't have clause number 2. So no connection for those 2 clauses. Let's go to example number 3. Piccolo is a bad guy at the start of Dragon Ball Z, turning good after taking care of a little boy. Okay. Now, if you have a semicolon is a connector, which means you need to be connecting 2 clauses. You need a main clause to the left, you need a main clause to the right. To the left, do you have main clause? Yes, because you have Piccolo is, that's subject and a verb. To the right, do you have main clause? No, right? This is just turning good, blah, blah, that's just a gerund. So no main clause to the right. This semicolon is incorrect because it's not connecting clauses. Here you only have 1 clause. Out. Number 4. The Saiyans are a prideful nation based on the Spartans, but people don't realize it. Okay. What's the matter here? The problem is how many clauses you have. You have the Saiyans are, clause number 1. People don't realize, clause number 2. So you have 2 clauses. You have to have a connection. Okay. The problem here is you have a redundancy of connection. Why? Because you have a semicolon, which by itself is enough to connect, and then you also have but, which is a fanboy, a coordinator, and that's also connected. So you have 2 connectors. Now the theory tells you whenever you have 2 clauses, you need 1 connector, not 2. You're gonna have 2 connections. Okay, so one of them has to go. Okay, so that's out. So those were the mistakes here in the problem set. Now we're gonna go and try our new theory with real GMAT exercises. So here's the first exercise. We're gonna take 1 minute and 30 seconds to do this. Okay, just try to do it in under the time limit, and then we're gonna go over the answers together. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, let's go. Okay, now let's go. In 1999, income tax represented 26% of an average family's income and 35% in 2018. Okay, now here we have a semicolon. That's wrong. Why is it wrong? Because you don't have two clauses. To the right, you have this thing, this fragment. That's not a clause. You don't have a subject, you don't have a verb, so that's out. Okay. B, you have a semicolon. Do you have clauses on both sides? Yes, you have income tax represented, clause number 1, and to the right you have the figure was, clause number 2. That could work. That's fine. Number 3, you have an and if you apply parallelism, you have and. To the right, what do you have? You have a prepositional phrase, and to the left, what do you have? Do you have a prepositional phrase? Maybe, but it doesn't make sense, right? In 2018, 35%, the only thing you could make it parallel to would be of an average family's income, and that wouldn't make sense. So that's out. 4, you have two clauses. You first have income tax represented, and then you have 35% was. But you don't have a connection. You only have a comma. Comma is not enough. Out. The last one, income that increased. This changes the meaning, right? It has a clear problem with meaning. So in this case, B is your answer. Pretty simple. Okay, pretty simple. Now let's go and let's do this number 15. Again, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds, and you can start right now. Okay, so in this case you have two clauses, right? You have to notice Iberia was a Roman outpost for almost 500 years, all right, excepting for the churches and military bases. The Latin language was never really spoken on the area. You have Iberia was, that's clause number 1. Latin language was, clause number 2. Somehow you need a connection. You need, in this case, the only connection they're offering you would be but. So all the other ones are wrong, okay? There's a difference in meaning between accepting and accepting for. Okay, accepting for, this ing makes it look like a modifier for the Latin language. Okay, so that's not good. You just want accept because this is supposed to be an adverb, not an adjective. Okay, you don't want an adjective. You want an adverb, and letter C is the correct one because of that. Okay, but pretty simple. You see how we apply this theory of connection right away. So that's been it with the theory for connection. So that was chapter number 8, connectors. We're almost finishing now. You're still there, right? Okay, so the thing with connectors is very simple, right? This is a very simple and concrete theory. If you see two main clauses or two clauses, you need to connect them somehow. Easy, okay? Now, don't forget that early on in the course, we did several exercises and you didn't have the theory yet to go over them and get the final answer. Now you can. So go back to those exercises at the beginning of the course and do them, finish them. You should be able to finish them now. And of course, if you want to see if your reasoning is correct, leave us a comment, type your reasoning there, and I'll personally tell you if you were right or wrong, okay? So also remember that we have a free PDF file. Of course, you already know that. And I'll leave the links to the video explanations in the description. Now we're going to get to our final chapter, idioms. Okay, idioms is a weird topic. It's basically just to memorize how things are said in English. There are some words that are connected, linked to one another, that form an idiom, that basically they don't have a grammatical foundation. Okay, the justification in order to put those two words together is basically common usages, conventions. So people got used to talking like that over centuries, over tons of years, and that's the way you say it. Okay, so you need to memorize them because logically you are not going to get those idioms correct. Now, if you go to Google and look for idioms, you're going to find a lot of sites that give you over 400 idioms for the GMAT. That's a big waste of time, most of the time, okay? Because once you memorize them, you'll notice that you won't find them. You won't see those idioms in the GMAT. As long as you memorize these idioms that I'm teaching you here, and maybe a couple more that you'll find in the practice material, you'll be safe, okay? That's enough, trust me. Okay, and now we're going to start the final chapter, idioms, okay? But before that, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and click on the notification bell if you want to keep on receiving more free courses just like this one, okay? And also, if you found this video useful, just leave a comment below, okay? Leave a comment below and also give us a like. Now we are going to start, we're going to see some of the most common GMAT idioms, okay? First idiom we have is consider and declare, okay? Consider and declare, they have to be without any interruption. For example, this would be an appropriate sentence. I consider the GMAT a great exam. Okay, that's fine. What would be wrong? Sometimes they're going to give you in the GMAT some things that are wrong. For example, I consider the GMAT to be a great, that's wrong. Okay, to be shouldn't get in the way between GMAT and great exam in this case, between whatever you're considering and what you're considering. So that's out. And then also if I say, I consider the GMAT as a great exam, wrong, okay? So that's one of the most important idioms we have. Number two, the idiom for help as a verb versus help as a noun, okay? Now, when you use help as a verb, you have to use either the infinitive or the base verb. Example, I helped Joe find or to find his books. Okay, helped, you're using help as a verb, and you need to put this verb here into the base form or the infinitive, to find or find. Okay, you cannot say I helped Joe finding his books. Finding, that wouldn't work. Okay, whereas when you use help as a noun, the idiom changes, so you need the in plus ing. If you're using help as a noun. Example, Joe needs help. Notice that in this case, help is a noun. It is not a verb anymore. Joe needs help in finding. Okay, you cannot say Joe needs help to find. Okay, why? Because you're using help as a noun, and help as a noun requires in plus ing. So far, that's simple. Those are just things you have to memorize, but they pay off. They are really important for you if you want to get a high score on the verbal section. Now, next idiom, risk, chance, and probability. When you have these nouns, right, the risk of, the chance, usually you have of plus ing. That's the idiom. So, bro has a good chance of ing winning the tournament. It would be wrong if you say bro has a good chance to win, right? That's not appropriate because the idiom requires of plus ing. The same thing happens with risk and probability. Next idiom, able, ability, and capable, capability. Okay, when you use able or ability, you have to use infinitive. Whereas if you use capable or capability, you have to use of plus ing. Okay, so here we go. Bro was able to identify the problem. Yes, because you're able, you need an infinitive. You're gonna say bro was able in identifying or of identifying. Okay, it has to be to identify because you need infinitive. Now, on the other hand, the beetle is capable of lifting things much heavier than itself. Here you need of lifting. Why? Because you're using the word capable. Okay, so capable and capability go with of plus ing. You cannot say, for example, the beetle is capable to lift. Okay, so those are idioms. Now let's go to the final set of idioms here. The idiom for different and deferred. Whenever you use these idioms, you have to use from. Okay, This movie was very different from the one before. Sometimes the GMAT is going to try to get you confused with, for example, to or of or than. All right, those don't work. You're going to see different of, different to, different than. Okay, so in this case, you just stay with from. Now, the idiom for prohibit, for prevent, and refrain, you need from also. Okay, the firefighters prevented the cat from falling. Okay, from falling. So in this case, we have from because we are using the verb prevent, to prevent. Then we have students are prohibited from smoking on campus. Again, we're using the word from because we're using the verb to prohibit. Okay, so whenever you use these verbs, to prohibit, to prevent, to refrain, you have to use from. So you finished the whole course. It's been a long course, but we've had a good time, be honest. We've covered all the basic concepts of the sentence correction section of the GMAT. Okay, so if you follow everything I taught you here, you're on your way to a 700 or more. Now, I'll just let you know if you're looking for private classes or tutoring for the GMAT, okay, for customizable and totally practical classes here with people at Liberty, then I'll leave you the contact info here, okay? That's our contact info, and you can also check our website to see all of our services. I hope this video gets to as many people as possible, okay? I know a lot of people are currently preparing for the GMAT, and this video would be of great help to them. You can help me with that by liking this video, leaving a comment, and also especially sharing this video with your friends, okay? So I know you can do that for me, okay? I'll be really grateful to you. If you want to check more of our content, just check our channel because we have a free and complete course for the TOEFL as well, okay? So I hope you had a good time and you enjoyed this. My name is Rod, I'm with Liberty, and I'll see you soon.